In this video, we're going to be talking about all of the Simpsons lore. Now, let's get started with the biggest life lessons in the Simpsons. We've got 8 hours of Simpsons lore, so relax, grab a snack, and get comfy. What if I told you that a cartoon family from Springfield has been teaching us the most important truths about American life for over 3 decades? While most people think The Simpsons is just a comedy show that got worse after season 10, this dysfunctional yellow family has been holding up a mirror to society that most adults are too uncomfortable to look into. From understanding failure and family dysfunction to dealing with corporate greed and existential dread, The Simpsons contains some of the most brutally honest observations about modern life ever put on television. Keep watching for the shocking lesson about integrity that will completely change how you think about success. Plus, the controversial truth about why trying to be perfect actually destroys happiness. Before we get started, be sure to subscribe to our channel. The first lesson we're diving into is one that sets the tone for the entire Simpsons series. Accepting failure is more important than avoiding it. Homer Simpson shows us in hundreds of episodes that admitting you're bad at something actually makes your life better than pretending you have it all together. Picture this. Homer Simpson has held dozens of jobs across 3 decades. He's been an astronaut, a rock star, a bodyguard, a snowplow driver, and somehow still works at a nuclear power plant, despite having 0 qualifications. The guy literally presses buttons at random and takes naps in nuclear waste storage. Yet he has a house, a family, job security, and genuine happiness. Meanwhile, people who actually work hard and follow the rules struggle constantly. Here's where it gets interesting. Homer's enemy shows us exactly what happens when someone with realistic expectations enters Springfield. Frank Grimes grows up between 2 bowling alleys, eats sandwiches from the garbage, works his way through night school, and earns his nuclear engineering degree through years of struggle. When he finally lands a job at the power plant, he expects to be rewarded for his competence and dedication. Instead, he discovers that Homer Simpson, who has none of his qualifications and even less of his work ethic, has everything Grimes has ever wanted. Frank Grimes's first day at the plant destroys his worldview. He watches Homer sleep through meetings, cause near meltdowns, and casually endanger everyone's lives. When Grimes tries to point out these problems to Mr. Burns, Burns doesn't even remember Homer's name, despite employing him for years. Grimes realizes the system isn't meritocratic at all. The hardest-working, most qualified person gets nothing while the incompetent fool gets everything. This is where Grimes makes his fatal mistake. Instead of accepting Springfield's logic and finding peace, he decides to prove Homer is a fraud. He sets up an elaborate scheme to expose Homer's incompetence by tricking him into entering a children's science fair. Grimes assumes this will humiliate Homer and finally show everyone what an idiot he is. But here's the thing. Homer builds a working model, wins the competition, and gets praised by everyone. The crowd literally gives him a standing ovation for work that would embarrass a child. Frank Grimes completely loses it. He starts running through the power plant imitating Homer's stupidity, yelling about not needing safety gloves and eating donuts. He grabs high-voltage wires while shouting, "I don't need to be careful because I'm Homer Simpson." The wires electrocute him instantly. At Grimes's funeral, everyone mourns appropriately until Homer falls asleep and says, "Change the channel, Marge," causing everyone to laugh. Even in death, Grimes gets disrespected while Homer remains beloved. Most people watching this episode think it's about karma or cosmic justice, but they're missing the actual point. Frank Grimes did everything society tells us to do. He worked hard, earned his credentials, followed the rules, and maintained high standards. Homer did the opposite of everything Grimes did. He's lazy, incompetent, careless, and completely unqualified. Yet Homer has a loving wife, 3 kids, a house, a steady job, and genuine contentment. Grimes dies miserable, angry, and alone. The lesson here is brutal but true. Society tells us that hard work and following the rules guarantees success. But Homer Simpson is living proof that sometimes the people who admit they're incompetent and accept their limitations end up happier than those who destroy themselves trying to be perfect. Frank Grimes did everything right by society's standards and died miserable. Homer does everything wrong and somehow has a loving family, a house, and genuine contentment. What makes this episode so devastating is that Grimes was the realistic character. He represented how actual people respond to the world. Homer is the cartoon character who survives through cartoon logic. But Springfield runs on cartoon logic, not real-world logic. Grimes refused to accept this and paid the ultimate price. The controversial truth is that accepting your failures and working within the system, no matter how unfair, might be more valuable than fighting for the recognition you deserve. Sometimes admitting you're a big dummy who got lucky is better than pretending you earned everything through merit. Moving on to another powerful lesson that hits different. Sometimes being a terrible parent teaches better lessons than being a good one. Let's talk about a lesson that most parenting experts don't want to hear. Homer Simpson is objectively a bad father, but his kids are somehow more well-adjusted than children raised by helicopter parents who do everything right. Lisa's substitute shows us exactly what happens when a perfect father figure temporarily enters Lisa's life, and why his perfection actually makes things worse. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old and completely disconnected from her father. Homer forgets to pick her up from school, falls asleep during her saxophone recitals, and barely knows what grade she's in. When her regular teacher, Miss Hoover, gets Lyme disease, the substitute teacher, Mr. Bergstrom, walks into her life and changes everything. He's everything Homer isn't. Intelligent, emotionally available, genuinely interested in Lisa's thoughts, and capable of making learning exciting. Mr. Bergstrom teaches history by dressing up as historical figures. He validates Lisa's intelligence instead of being intimidated by it. He writes her personal notes of encouragement. He treats her like she matters. For the first time in her life, Lisa has an adult male role model who actually sees her potential and nurtures it. She falls completely in love with this idealized father figure. Here's the thing about Mr. Bergstrom. He's perfect because he's temporary. He doesn't have to deal with the exhausting reality of raising Lisa every day. He doesn't have to struggle with paying bills, managing 3 kids, or working a soul-crushing job. He gets to be the wise mentor who swoops in, inspires her, and leaves before the hard parts start. It's easy to be perfect when you're only responsible for someone for 2 weeks. But then, Mr. Bergstrom announces he's leaving. He's taking another substitute teaching position in another town. Lisa is devastated. She's tasted what having a good father feels like, and now it's being ripped away. She runs to the train station to say goodbye, and he gives her a note that says, "You are Lisa Simpson." It's meant to be empowering, but it's also heartbreaking because he's basically telling her she has to figure everything out alone. Lisa goes home in tears and screams at Homer for being a bad father. She tells him she loves him, but that he disappoints her constantly. This is where most shows would have Homer give some inspiring speech about trying harder or changing. Instead, Homer admits the truth. He tells Lisa, "I'm a big dummy," and that he knows he's not good enough for her. He says he doesn't know why his kids turned out so great when he's such a screw-up. Most people would say, this scene proves Homer is inadequate and that Lisa deserves better. But here's where it gets interesting. Lisa's breakdown isn't because Homer is terrible. It's because Mr. Bergstrom made her realize what she's missing, then left her with that awareness and no solution. The perfect father figure inspired her, validated her, and then abandoned her. The imperfect father figure admits his flaws honestly and stays. What happens after this episode is revealing. Lisa doesn't become traumatized by Homer's inadequacy. She becomes more self-sufficient. She learns to find validation internally rather than externally. She develops resilience precisely because she can't rely on her father to provide emotional support. Mr. Bergstrom's perfection was comforting, but ultimately useless because it wasn't sustainable. Homer's honest inadequacy is harder to accept, but actually more valuable because it forces Lisa to develop her own strength. This episode teaches us something uncomfortable about parenting. Kids don't need perfect parents who never make mistakes. They need real parents who admit when they mess up and keep showing up anyway. Mr. Bergstrom could be perfect because he had no real responsibility. Homer is imperfect because he's carrying the actual burden of raising 3 kids on a limited income with limited intelligence. Lisa's strength comes from learning to navigate the gap between what she needs and what Homer can provide. The brutal truth here is that helicopter parents who try to be perfect often create dependent children who collapse when life gets hard. Homer's neglect paradoxically creates independence. His kids know they can't rely on him for everything, so they learn to figure things out themselves. Bart becomes resourceful. Lisa becomes self-motivated. Maggie becomes observant. None of these qualities would develop if Homer was actually competent. Our next lesson comes from one of the most relatable struggles in all of The Simpsons. Mediocrity isn't failure, it's reality. Here's a lesson that hits way too close to home for most people. Marge Simpson spent decades accepting an ordinary life, and the show treats this as wisdom rather than tragedy. While most people think settling for less than you deserve is giving up, Marge shows us that appreciating what you actually have might be the most radical choice possible. The Way We Was takes us back to 1974 when Homer and Marge first met in high school. Young Marge is beautiful, intelligent, and full of potential. She's the kind of girl who could probably do anything she wants. She catches the attention of Artie Ziff, the richest, most successful guy at Springfield High. Artie is everything society tells women they should want. He's wealthy, educated, destined for success, and interested in Marge. But Marge isn't interested in Artie. She's drawn to Homer Simpson, the class clown who has no prospects, no ambition, and no real qualities that would make him a good long-term partner. When Homer asks her to prom, she says yes despite Artie's obvious superiority on paper. This is Marge's first major choice between the exciting option and the comfortable option. Prom night reveals everything about both men. Artie takes Marge in his fancy car, tries to impress her with his sophistication, and then assaults her when she rejects his advances. He feels entitled to her body because he spent money on her. Homer, meanwhile, borrows his father's car, rents a cheap tuxedo, and treats Marge with complete respect. When she's upset after Artie's assault, Homer doesn't even ask what happened. He just comforts her and takes her home safely. Here's where Marge makes the choice that defines her entire life. She chooses Homer, not because he's successful or impressive or exciting, but because he's kind and treats her like a person. Society would call this settling. Marge had opportunities to marry rich, to pursue her own dreams, to become something more than a housewife in Springfield. Instead, she chose ordinary love with an ordinary man. Fast forward to life on the fast lane, decades into their marriage. Marge is in her mid-30s, stuck at home with 3 kids, married to a man who forgets her birthday. Homer gives her a bowling ball with his name engraved on it, clearly a gift for himself. Marge is hurt and angry. When she goes to the bowling alley out of spite, she meets Jacques, a sophisticated French bowling instructor who represents everything Homer isn't. Jacques is attentive, romantic, and genuinely interested in Marge. He makes her feel special and seen. He offers her an escape from her ordinary life. Marge is genuinely tempted. She starts meeting him regularly, lying to Homer about where she's going. Jacques eventually invites her to his apartment, making his intentions completely clear. This is Marge's chance to choose the exciting option she passed up in high school. But then Marge drives past the nuclear power plant on her way to Jacques' apartment. She sees Homer waiting for her outside, having realized where she was going. He's made a desperate, romantic gesture, leaving work to stop her from making a mistake. Marge has to choose again between excitement and stability, between Jacques' sophistication and Homer's simple devotion. She chooses Homer again. Not because Homer has changed or improved or suddenly become worthy. She chooses him because their ordinary life together matters more than temporary excitement. Jacques offers passion and adventure, but Homer offers history and genuine connection. Marge realizes that what she has with Homer, boring and imperfect as it is real in a way Jacques' seduction never could be. Most people watching these episodes think Marge is settling, that she's giving up on happiness to stay with a man who doesn't deserve her. But here's the thing. Marge isn't settling. She's choosing. There's a massive difference. Settling implies accepting less than you deserve because you don't think you can do better. Choosing means recognizing what actually makes you happy versus what society says should make you happy. The controversial truth is that Marge's life looks like failure from the outside. She could have married Artie Ziff and been rich. She could have run off with Jacques and had adventure. Instead, she stayed with Homer and became a housewife in a mediocre town. But Marge is genuinely content. She has a family she loves, a husband who adores her despite his flaws, and a life that's hers. She's not waiting for her real life to start. This is her real life, and she's chosen to appreciate it. What makes this brilliant is that The Simpsons never treats Marge's choices as giving up or losing. The show validates her completely. When she chooses Homer over Jacques, the music swells romantically. When she stays with her family despite opportunities to leave, it's portrayed as strength, not weakness. In a culture that constantly tells people they deserve better, bigger, more exciting lives, Marge Simpson shows us that appreciating what you actually have is revolutionary. Now we come to a lesson that most people struggle with their entire lives. Jealousy destroys more than it motivates. Another crucial lesson that'll change how you see success. Homer's relationship with Ned Flanders shows us exactly how envy poisons happiness and why comparing yourself to others is a guaranteed path to misery. When Flanders Failed is one of the most uncomfortable episodes because it reveals how much we secretly want successful people to fail. Ned Flanders is Homer's next-door neighbor and the source of constant resentment. Ned has everything Homer wants but can't achieve. He's fit, successful, kind, religious, and genuinely happy. His house is nicer, his car is better, his kids are well-behaved, and his marriage is stronger. Ned even mows his lawn better than Homer. Every single aspect of Ned's existence reminds Homer of his own inadequacy. When Ned announces he's quitting his job to open a store for left-handed people called the Leftorium, Homer is secretly thrilled. Finally, Perfect Ned is going to fail at something. Homer attends the grand opening with barely contained glee, hoping to witness disaster. When he sees the empty store with no customers, he's genuinely happy. This is what Homer has been waiting for, proof that Ned isn't actually better than him. Here's the thing about Homer's reaction. It's completely honest. Most people pretend they want their neighbors to succeed, but Homer admits the truth. Ned's success makes Homer feel like a failure. Therefore, Ned's failure would make Homer feel successful by comparison. It's cruel and petty, but it's exactly how human psychology works. We measure ourselves against the people around us, and when they do better, we feel worse about ourselves. Homer starts secretly celebrating Ned's business struggles. He prays that night, asking God to make Ned fail harder. He says, "I'm a stupid moron with an ugly face and a big butt, and my butt smells, and I like to kiss my own butt." But even that self-deprecation is manipulative. Homer thinks if he admits he's terrible, God will reward him by punishing Ned. It's the psychology of resentment disguised as humility. As weeks pass, the Leftorium starts genuinely failing. Ned can't make rent. His family is worried. He's losing everything he invested. Homer watches this happen with satisfaction, thinking this proves he was right all along. Perfect Ned isn't so perfect anymore. But here's where things get complicated. As Ned's situation gets worse, Homer realizes something uncomfortable. Ned's failure doesn't actually make Homer's life better. Homer still has the same job, the same house, the same problems. Ned going bankrupt doesn't give Homer a raise. Ned losing his store doesn't make Homer's marriage stronger. Destroying Ned doesn't build Homer up. It just means two people are miserable instead of one. Homer has spent months wishing for Ned's downfall, and now that it's happening, it feels empty and cruel. This is where Homer does something completely unexpected. He mobilizes the entire town to save the Leftorium. He tells everyone to shop there, convinces people to buy left-handed products they don't need, and essentially saves Ned's business through community action. The store becomes successful, Ned keeps his dream alive, and Homer gets nothing tangible in return. But something changes in Homer's relationship with his own life. Most people would say Homer's redemption comes from being kind to Ned, but that's missing the deeper lesson. Homer's jealousy was destroying him, not Ned. Every moment Homer spent resenting Ned's success was a moment he wasn't appreciating his own life. Every prayer for Ned's failure was energy Homer could have spent improving himself. The jealousy was poison he was drinking, hoping Ned would die. The lesson here is that Homer spent the entire episode wanting Ned to fail, thinking that would make his own life better. But when Ned actually started failing, Homer realized it didn't improve anything. Ned's success or failure had nothing to do with Homer's life quality. The only thing Homer's jealousy did was make him miserable. Watching someone else suffer doesn't heal your own pain. What makes this episode so powerful is showing how comparison culture creates lose-lose situations. If Ned succeeds, Homer feels inadequate. If Ned fails, Homer feels guilty for celebrating. The only way to win is to stop playing the comparison game entirely. Homer finds peace not when Ned fails, but when he stops measuring his worth against Ned's achievements. This hits different in the age of social media, where everyone's curated success is constantly shoved in your face. If you're still watching our video, be sure to subscribe to our channel. Let's dive into another powerful truth that most people don't want to hear. Intelligence without wisdom creates misery. Time for a lesson that most smart people learn too late. Lisa Simpson is the smartest person in Springfield, and it makes her the most consistently unhappy character in the show. Lisa the vegetarian reveals exactly why seeing clearly is often a curse rather than a gift. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old when she visits a petting zoo and encounters a lamb for the first time. She pets it, feeds it, bonds with it. The lamb is cute and innocent and clearly a living being with feelings. Then the petting zoo shows an educational video about how lamb chops are made. Lisa watches the lamb she just petted get slaughtered, butchered, and served on a plate. Something breaks in her mind. Most kids watching this video would either not make the connection or would forget about it by dinner. But Lisa is too intelligent to ignore what she just learned. She understands that every piece of meat she's ever eaten came from an animal that was alive, that had feelings, that didn't want to die. She can't unknow this information. Her intelligence has given her a moral awakening that makes her previous life impossible to continue. Lisa goes home and announces she's becoming a vegetarian. Her family reacts like she just declared war on them. Homer is offended personally. Bart mocks her relentlessly. Marge tries to be supportive but keeps pushing meat on her anyway. The entire family treats her moral choice as a personal attack on their lifestyle. This is Lisa's first lesson in what intelligence costs you: isolation from the people you love. Here's where it gets worse. Homer is planning a barbecue, and he's spent all day preparing a giant roasted pig. He's genuinely excited about this pig. He's proud of his cooking. When Lisa sees the dead pig with an apple in its mouth, she's horrified. She tries to convince Homer to call off the barbecue, but he laughs at her. The family actually sings a song mocking her. "You don't win friends with salad." They dance around chanting this while Lisa stands there, realizing her family thinks her moral awakening is a joke. At the barbecue, Lisa watches everyone devour meat happily, completely oblivious to the suffering that created their meal. She's surrounded by people she loves who are doing something she now finds morally reprehensible. She can't just turn off her awareness and join them. Her intelligence has created a barrier between her and everyone else. She's lonely in her knowledge. Lisa snaps. She climbs on Homer's barbecue and delivers a passionate speech about the cruelty of meat eating. She's articulate, informed, and completely right by any objective moral standard. But nobody listens. They just want her to stop ruining the party. In her anger and frustration, Lisa pushes the pig off the grill. It rolls down a hill, crashes through the street, and gets launched into the air by a construction project. The pig destroys a model of Springfield that some civic group spent months creating. Everyone blames Lisa for the destruction. Homer is furious. Lisa is humiliated. She runs away, convinced her family will never understand her. She wanders Springfield feeling completely alone. This is when she stumbles into the Quickie Mart and discovers that Apu is secretly a vegetarian. He introduces her to Paul and Linda McCartney, who validate her choice and teach her about tolerance. They tell her she's right to be vegetarian, but wrong to force her views on others. You can be morally superior and still be kind. Lisa goes home and apologizes to Homer for pushing his pig. Homer apologizes for mocking her beliefs. They hug and reconcile. The episode ends with everything back to normal, except Lisa is still vegetarian and still seeing the world differently than everyone around her. Her intelligence has permanently separated her from the casual ignorance her family enjoys. Most people watching this episode think it's about tolerance and accepting different lifestyles. But here's the thing. Lisa is objectively right about everything. Factory farming is cruel. Meat eating causes unnecessary suffering. Environmental damage from animal agriculture is real. Lisa has done the research and reached the logical conclusion. But being right doesn't make her happy. It makes her isolated. This is the curse of intelligence. The smarter you are, the more clearly you see problems that other people don't notice or don't care about. Lisa can't enjoy a simple family barbecue anymore because she understands the moral implications. She can't participate in normal society without constantly confronting ethical compromises. Her awareness is a burden she'll carry forever. What makes this episode devastating is that Lisa is completely right about everything, but it doesn't matter. Being morally and intellectually superior doesn't make you happy. It just makes you aware of how ignorant everyone else is, which isolates you completely. Homer gets to enjoy his barbecue in blissful ignorance. Lisa has to watch her family celebrate something she finds horrifying, knowing she can't change their minds or turn off her own awareness. The controversial truth here is that intelligence without the ability to accept other people's limitations creates constant suffering. Sometimes seeing clearly means seeing how powerless you are to change anything. Lisa will spend her entire life being smarter than everyone around her, and it will make her miserable. She'll identify problems before anyone else, propose solutions that won't be implemented, and watch people make the same mistakes repeatedly. Her intelligence is both her greatest gift and her heaviest curse. Another lesson that gives hope to everyone who regrets their past. Your past doesn't have to define your future. Let's talk about a lesson about identity and reinvention. Mo Shizlak spent decades as a bitter bartender, but his constant attempts at reinvention teach us something profound about change and authenticity. Flaming Moe's shows us exactly what happens when sudden success arrives and why fame built on lies always collapses. Mo Shizlak runs the worst bar in Springfield. His establishment is dark, depressing, and only stays in business because the 4 regular customers have nowhere better to go. Mo is miserable, bitter, and resentful of everyone who seems happier than him. He's been stuck in this failure for decades with no prospects of escape. Then Homer accidentally invents something that changes everything. Homer is at home trying to make a drink when he realizes he's out of beer. In desperation, he grabs a bottle of Krusty's non-narcotic cough syrup and mixes it with every other alcohol he can find. He lights it on fire for no particular reason, and suddenly, he's created the most delicious drink imaginable. Flaming Homer is born. Homer brings this drink to Moe's bar and shares it with everyone. The entire bar goes crazy for it. Here's where Moe makes his choice. When a restaurant critic asks what the drink is called, Moe claims he invented it himself and names it the Flaming Moe. He steals Homer's recipe, puts it on his menu, and watches his bar transform overnight. Within days, Moe's has become the hottest nightclub in Springfield. Celebrities show up. The place is packed every night. Moe is making more money than he's ever seen in his life. The success completely changes Moe's personality. He starts wearing expensive clothes, hiring staff, and acting like he's always been sophisticated. He gets featured in magazines and interviewed on TV. Everyone wants to be his friend now that he's successful. The bitter, angry bartender is replaced by a confident businessman who thinks he's earned this success through his own merit. But here's the thing about Moe's transformation. It's built entirely on theft and lies. Every dollar he makes comes from stealing Homer's invention. Every compliment he receives is based on work he didn't do. His new identity as successful entrepreneur is completely fake. Mo knows this, but he convinces himself it doesn't matter. Success is success, regardless of how you got it. Homer is devastated. He watches his best friend become rich and famous using his invention while getting no credit. He stops going to Moe's bar. Their friendship crumbles. Moe notices Homer's absence but assumes Homer is just jealous of his success. It never occurs to him that maybe stealing from your friends has consequences beyond the immediate profit. Then a restaurant chain offers Moe $1 million for the recipe to franchise Flaming Moe's nationwide. This is Moe's chance to become genuinely rich. All he has to do is tell them the recipe. But here's where Moe's guilt finally catches up to him. He realizes that selling the recipe means permanently cementing his theft of Homer's invention. He can rationalize running a bar with a stolen drink, but selling it for $1 million crosses a line he can't uncross. Moe confesses to Homer that he stole the recipe. He apologizes and offers to make it right. But Homer, still angry, reveals the secret ingredient on television out of spite: Krusty's non-narcotic cough syrup. Suddenly, everyone knows how to make the drink. Every bar in Springfield starts serving Flaming Moe's. Moe's loses its exclusivity immediately. Within days, his bar is empty again. The celebrities disappear. The money stops flowing. Moe is right back where he started, except now he's lost his best friend and proven himself to be a thief. Most people watching this episode think it's about karma and getting what you deserve. But here's the deeper lesson. Moe's success was real while it lasted. The money was real, the fame was real. But it was all built on a foundation of lies. So the moment the truth came out, everything collapsed instantly. Moe didn't gradually lose his success. He lost it all at once because there was nothing legitimate holding it up. This episode teaches us that reinvention is possible, but only if it's built on authenticity. Moe's success was based on a lie, so it crumbled immediately. But his journey changed him anyway. He went back to his dive bar with a new appreciation for what he already had. He tasted success and realized it wasn't worth losing his integrity over. Sometimes you need to chase what you think you want to realize you already have what you need. The brutal truth here is that shortcuts always cost more than they save. Moe could have tried to legitimately improve his bar over years of hard work. Instead, he took the quick path by stealing Homer's recipe. He got rich faster, but he lost his best friend, his self-respect, and everything he gained. Success built on theft is just temporary theft, not actual success. Here's a lesson that every worker needs to hear. Corporate loyalty is a scam. Homer Simpson has worked for Mr. Burns for decades, and the show constantly reveals how one-sided that relationship actually is. Last Exit to Springfield shows us exactly how corporations exploit worker loyalty while offering none in return, and why collective action is the only power workers have. Mr. Burns calls a meeting to announce he's cutting the dental plan. He says it casually, like it's a minor inconvenience rather than a devastating blow to his employees' health care. Burns is cutting benefits to afford a new Porsche for himself. He literally values his luxury car more than his workers' health. The employees are upset but resigned. They've been trained to accept whatever management decides. Lenny leans over to Carl and whispers that without a dental plan, they'll have to pay for their own dental work. This seems like an abstract concern until Homer remembers that Lisa needs braces. Without the dental plan, Homer will have to pay thousands of dollars he doesn't have. Suddenly, the abstract becomes personal. This isn't about corporate policy anymore. This is about Lisa's teeth. Homer's brain starts working in its weird associative way. He thinks, dental plan. Then he remembers Lisa needs braces. Lisa needs braces. Back to dental plan. This loop repeats in his head over and over. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. It's driving him crazy, but it's also forcing him to focus on something important for once in his life. At the union meeting, the current union president steps down, and the workers need to elect a new one. Nobody volunteers because being union president means confronting Burns and everyone knows how that ends. In Homer's distracted state, he raises his hand to swat a fly at the exact moment they ask for volunteers. Everyone assumes he's volunteering. Before Homer understands what's happening, he's been elected union president. Here's where Homer becomes dangerous to Mr. Burns. Not because Homer is smart or strategic, but because he's too simple to be manipulated. Burns tries every tactic that normally works on employees. He offers Homer a bribe, showing him a life of luxury if he'll just abandon the union. Homer is tempted by the vision of wealth, but then he remembers Lisa needs braces. The bribe fails. Burns tries intimidation next, showing Homer what happens to people who oppose him. He threatens Homer's job, his security, his future. Most employees would cave at this point, but Homer isn't thinking strategically, he's just thinking about Lisa's teeth. He can't be scared into giving up, because he's not smart enough to understand the full consequences. His stupidity is a superpower. The workers go on strike. Burns responds by cutting power to Springfield, turning off traffic lights, and causing chaos. He assumes the public will blame the workers and force them back. But Homer accidentally becomes an effective leader by being completely honest about what's happening. He tells everyone that Burns values a Porsche over children's health. It's a simple message that even Homer can't mess up. Burns tries one final manipulation. He releases a robotic Richard Nixon to intimidate the workers. He stages elaborate psychological warfare. But none of it works on Homer because Homer isn't paying attention to any of it. He just wants Lisa to have straight teeth. Burns' sophisticated tactics fail because his opponent is too unsophisticated to recognize them as tactics. Finally, Burns capitulates. He restores the dental plan. The workers win. But here's the important part. They didn't win because of Homer's leadership or strategy. They won because Homer was too stupid to understand when he should give up. His immunity to corporate manipulation came from genuine, simple motivation. His daughter needed braces, and nothing else mattered. Most people think this episode is about David beating Goliath through cleverness. But that's wrong. Homer beat Burns through complete absence of cleverness. He couldn't be bribed because he couldn't think beyond his immediate need. He couldn't be intimidated because he didn't fully understand the threats. He couldn't be manipulated because manipulation requires the target to be smart enough to be manipulated. What makes this brilliant is that Homer succeeds because he's too honest and simple to play corporate games. Burns tries every manipulation tactic that works on normal employees, but Homer just wants Lisa to have braces. The lesson here is brutal. Corporations expect your loyalty, but will never return it. They'll cut your benefits for luxury purchases, threaten your livelihood for asking for fair treatment, and weaponize the entire system against you. The only power workers have is collective action, and the only way to win is to stop playing by rules designed to keep you powerless. Now, we come to a lesson about education that teachers don't want you to hear. The education system is designed to break spirit. Time for a lesson that hits way too close to home for anyone who struggled in school. Bart Simpson isn't a bad kid. He's a creative kid in a system that punishes creativity and rewards obedience. Bart the Genius reveals exactly how schools destroy students who don't fit the mold. Bart Simpson is failing at Springfield Elementary. He can't sit still in class, doesn't complete assignments, and constantly disrupts other students. His teacher, Mrs. Krabappel, has given up on him. Principal Skinner sees him as a discipline problem that needs to be contained. By every metric the school uses, Bart is a failure. But here's the thing. Bart isn't stupid. He's just being measured by standards designed for a completely different type of learner. The school administers an IQ test to all students. Bart knows he's going to fail. He watches Martin Prince, the class genius, breeze through questions while Bart can't answer even the basic ones. In desperation, Bart switches tests with Martin when nobody's looking. It's cheating, but from Bart's perspective, it's survival. He knows the system has already decided he's worthless, so why play by rules designed to confirm that judgment? The switched test results show Bart as a genius. Suddenly, everyone's perception of him changes instantly. The same teachers who dismissed him as hopeless now think he's brilliant. Principal Skinner personally apologizes for not recognizing Bart's potential. The same behaviors that got him punished yesterday get praised today as signs of creative thinking. Nothing about Bart changed. Only the number on his test changed. Here's where it gets interesting. Bart gets transferred to a school for gifted children. The enrichment center treats learning completely differently than Springfield Elementary. Instead of forcing students to memorize facts and sit quietly, they let kids explore subjects that interest them. They teach physics through games. They encourage questions instead of punishing them. Bart is thriving for the first time in his academic life, but Bart is also miserable. The work is genuinely hard. The other students are actually gifted and Bart can't keep up. He got into this school through cheating, and now he's paying the price. Every class reveals how far behind he actually is. Every assignment exposes his lack of foundation. Bart wanted to escape Springfield Elementary, but he traded one kind of misery for another. The gifted school assigns a project where students can do anything creative. Bart, who supposedly has an IQ of 216, is expected to do something brilliant. While other students build robots and solve mathematical proofs, Bart creates an opera. He writes music, designs costumes, and performs a piece about his guilt over cheating. It's actually impressive, showing genuine creativity and emotional depth. This is evidence that Bart has intelligence, just not the kind that standardized tests measure. After the performance, Bart confesses to his parents and Principal Skinner that he cheated on the IQ test. He admits he's not a genius and that he swapped tests with Martin. Everyone is disappointed but not surprised. Bart returns to Springfield Elementary where he belongs, right back to being treated as a discipline problem and a failure. Nothing changed. He's back in the system that was destroying him before. Most people watching this episode think it's about how cheating doesn't pay, but that completely misses the point. Bart thrived at the gifted school not because he's a genius, but because the teaching methods actually engaged him. When given creative freedom and interesting challenges, Bart produced real work. When forced to memorize and obey, Bart failed constantly. The difference wasn't Bart's intelligence, it was the environment. This episode reveals something uncomfortable about education. Bart isn't failing because he's stupid. He's failing because the system is designed for one type of learner, and he isn't that type. When given actual intellectual challenges that engage his creativity, he thrives. Springfield Elementary would rather punish him into compliance than teach him in ways that work. Mrs. Krabappel and Principal Skinner don't see a creative student who needs different approaches. They see a behavior problem that needs to be controlled. The controversial truth is that struggling in school doesn't mean you're not smart. It might mean the system is failing you. Bart creates operas when given freedom and writes nothing when given worksheets. He asks interesting questions when engaged and disrupts class when bored. The system calls this a discipline problem. Actually, it's an engagement problem. Schools are designed to process students efficiently, not to help them learn effectively. If you're still watching the video, make sure to subscribe to our channel. Another crucial lesson that most people learn the hard way: success built on lies always collapses. Homer Simpson has launched dozens of business ventures, and every single one that's based on deception eventually destroys itself. Mr. Red Plow shows us exactly how competition built on lies rather than service kills everyone's business, and why integrity is the only sustainable foundation for success. Winter arrives in Springfield, and a massive snowstorm blankets the town. Homer can't get his car out of the driveway. He's stuck at home, frustrated and angry. Then he sees a commercial for a truck dealership that promises to solve all his problems. Homer impulsively buys a snowplow and decides to start his own business plowing driveways. Mr. Plow is born. Homer films a commercial for his new business. It's simple, honest, and effective. He explains that he'll plow your driveway for a reasonable price. The commercial airs late at night, and suddenly Homer's phone starts ringing. Half of Springfield needs their driveways plowed, and Mr. Plow is the only service available. Homer starts making real money for the first time in his life. Here's the thing about Homer's initial success: it's built on genuine service. He actually shows up and plows people's driveways. He charges fair prices. He's reliable and friendly. Customers are happy with his work. Mr. Plow succeeds because Homer is legitimately providing value to his community. This is sustainable success built on honest work. Then Barney sees how much money Homer is making and decides to start his own competing service. He buys a bigger, fancier plow truck and names his business Plow King. Barney films his own commercial, and this is where everything starts going wrong. Instead of competing on service quality, Barney attacks Mr. Plow directly, claiming Homer is slow and incompetent. Homer is furious. He can't let Barney steal his business. So he films a new commercial attacking Plow King. He claims Barney is drunk, unreliable, and dangerous. Both men have stopped focusing on actually providing good service and started focusing entirely on destroying each other. The competition becomes personal warfare instead of business competition. The commercials get more elaborate and more dishonest. Homer hires a celebrity spokesperson, Adam West, to endorse Mr. Plow. Adam West literally lies on camera, claiming Mr. Plow saved his life during some fictional emergency. Barney retaliates by getting Linda Ronstadt to sing for Plow King. Neither business is actually improving their service. They're just lying more creatively. Here's where both businesses start genuinely failing. Homer and Barney are so focused on competing that they're ignoring their actual jobs. Customers call and get answering machines because both men are too busy filming commercials to answer phones. Quality drops because they're rushing through jobs to have time for marketing. The rivalry has consumed everything. The rivalry reaches its peak when Homer plays a cruel prank. He calls Barney and pretends to be someone stranded on a mountain in a snowstorm who needs rescue. Barney, drunk and eager to one-up Homer, drives his plow truck up the mountain to save this fictional person. He gets stuck in the snow and genuinely needs rescue. Homer feels guilty and drives up the mountain to save him. Both men nearly die on that mountain. Their trucks are inadequate for the conditions because they bought them for image, not utility. Neither of them actually knows how to handle serious snow rescues because they've been too busy lying about their abilities to learn real skills. The mountain rescue reveals that both businesses are built on bullshit rather than competence. Homer and Barney reconcile on the mountain, realizing their rivalry almost killed them both. They help each other get down safely. When they return to Springfield, the weather has changed. It's spring now, and nobody needs snowplowing anymore. All the money they made during winter is gone. Their businesses collapse instantly, not because of the competition, but because they were always temporary anyway. Most people think this episode is about friendship, being more important than money, but that's missing the actual lesson. Homer and Barney both had successful businesses when they were focused on providing service. The moment they started competing through deception and lies rather than quality, both businesses began dying. They spent all their resources attacking each other instead of improving their service or preparing for seasonal changes. What makes this episode brilliant is showing how focusing on destroying competitors rather than serving customers kills everyone's business. Homer and Barney both nearly die on that mountain because they were too busy lying about each other to actually learn their jobs. They hired celebrities to lie for them instead of building genuine reputations. They created elaborate marketing instead of improving service quality. The lesson here is that success based on deception is always temporary. Eventually, reality catches up, and you're left with nothing but the damage your lies created. Homer and Barney could have both run profitable seasonal businesses if they'd focused on excellence instead of destruction. Instead, they burned all their money on ads attacking each other and nearly died, proving neither of them was actually competent at snow rescue. Lies can generate short-term profits, but only real value creates long-term success. Here's a lesson that society gets completely wrong. Addiction is a symptom, not the problem. Barney Gumbel's alcoholism isn't a character flaw. It's a response to pain that nobody bothers to understand. Multiple episodes across the series reveal Barney's tragic transformation and show us why addiction should be treated with compassion rather than judgment. Barney Gumbel is Springfield's town drunk. He shows up at Moe's bar every day, drinks until he passes out, and has done this for decades. Everyone mocks him. Homer treats him as a joke. The town sees him as a cautionary tale about weakness and poor choices. But flashbacks reveal something most people don't know. Barney wasn't always like this. Young Barney appears in The Way We Was, showing him as a high school student with genuine potential. He's intelligent, talented, and has real prospects. He's accepted to Harvard. He's learning to fly helicopters. He's everything Homer isn't: ambitious, capable, and destined for success. Barney should have become Springfield's success story. Instead, he became Springfield's warning. The turning point comes at a party. Homer brings beer and casually offers it to Barney, saying, "Try a beer, Barney." Barney has never drunk before. He's been avoiding alcohol because he's focused on his future. But Homer is persistent, treating Barney's sobriety as weird rather than admirable. Peer pressure from his best friend breaks Barney down. He takes one sip of beer, and his life changes forever. Here's the thing about that moment. Homer didn't spike Barney's drink or force alcohol down his throat. He just normalized drinking and made Barney feel strange for abstaining. This is how most addictions start. Not through dramatic moments of corruption, but through casual social pressure to do what everyone else is doing. One beer at one party seems harmless. For Barney, it destroyed his entire life. The show fast forwards through Barney's descent. We see him drinking more and more, missing opportunities, abandoning his dreams. His Harvard acceptance goes unused. His helicopter license expires. His relationships collapse. Within years, he's the town drunk who lives behind the bar and has nothing. The transformation from promising student to hopeless alcoholic happens mostly off-screen, because that's how addiction works. Gradually, then suddenly, until you can't remember when things were different. Springfield treats Barney's alcoholism as entertainment. Moe exploits him for money, serving him drinks, knowing Barney can't control himself. Homer laughs at Barney's drunken antics without ever acknowledging his role in creating this situation. The town watches Barney destroy himself and offers judgment instead of help. They act like his addiction is a choice he makes daily rather than a disease he's trapped in. But occasionally, we see glimpses of who Barney could have been. When he's briefly sober, he's articulate, intelligent, and capable. He makes a documentary about his alcoholism that wins awards. He flies helicopters skillfully when not drunk. The potential Homer destroyed with casual peer pressure is still there, just buried under decades of alcohol dependence. Most people watching these episodes think Barney is weak for not being able to control his drinking. They assume addiction is a moral failing that can be fixed through willpower. But here's the thing. Barney didn't wake up one day and decide to destroy his life with alcohol. He was given beer as a casual social thing by his best friend, and it filled a void he didn't know existed. His brain chemistry responded to alcohol differently than Homer's did, and that one beer started a cascade Barney couldn't stop. This episode teaches us something most people don't want to hear. Society creates addicts through normalization and casual pressure, then blames those addicts for being weak. Homer gave Barney his first beer and now laughs at Barney's alcoholism without ever connecting the dots. Springfield enabled Barney's drinking for decades by treating it as comedy rather than tragedy. Nobody helped Barney until it was far too late. The controversial truth is that we blame addicts for being weak instead of asking what pain they're trying to escape. Barney had a bright future and threw it away for alcohol, which seems insane until you understand that alcohol provided something Barney needed more than success. Maybe it was confidence, or stress relief, or emotional numbness. Whatever it was, society offered alcohol as the solution, then punished Barney for accepting what was offered. What makes this particularly tragic is how preventable it all was. If, for Homer, hadn't pressured Barney to drink, Barney might have become a Harvard-educated helicopter pilot. If Springfield had offered treatment instead of mockery, Barney might have recovered years earlier. If society treated addiction as a public health crisis rather than a personal failing, thousands of Barneys could be saved before their lives are destroyed. But instead, we create addicts through casual social pressure, enable their disease for profit, and then blame them for not having the strength to overcome a chemical dependency we helped create. Time for a lesson that challenges everything we're told about family. Family loyalty has limits. Marge Simpson's endless forgiveness of Homer teaches us that sometimes supporting someone means letting them face consequences. Secrets of a Successful Marriage shows us exactly when unconditional love becomes enabling and why boundaries are actually expressions of love. Homer gets fired from his latest temporary job and faces the reality that he has no marketable skills. He can barely read, can't do math, and has no knowledge that anyone would pay for. In desperation, he signs up to teach an adult education class, lying about his qualifications. When the administrator asks what he can teach, Homer panics and says, Secrets of a Successful Marriage? The administrator accepts this, and suddenly, Homer is responsible for teaching marriage advice to strangers. Homer shows up to his first class having prepared nothing. He has no curriculum, no teaching experience, and no actual wisdom about marriage. The students are adults who paid money expecting real advice. Homer realizes immediately that he's in over his head. He starts describing his marriage to Marge, but everything he says is obvious and boring. The students are disappointed and bored. Then Homer makes a fatal choice. To keep the class interested, he starts sharing private details about his marriage. He tells them embarrassing stories about Marge. He reveals intimate moments that should remain private. He betrays her trust for validation from strangers. The class becomes engaged because they're hearing gossip disguised as education. Homer feeds off their attention and keeps sharing more personal information. Here's where things get complicated. Homer doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. In his mind, he's just being a good teacher by making the class interesting. He doesn't understand that marriages require privacy. He genuinely believes that sharing Marge's secrets is harmless because it's just stories. This is Homer's fundamental selfishness. He prioritizes his immediate needs over his wife's dignity without even recognizing it as a betrayal. Marge finds out when a neighbor mentions something she only told Homer in private. She realizes Homer has been sharing her intimate secrets with the entire class. She's humiliated and angry. When she confronts Homer, he doesn't understand why she's upset. He genuinely thinks he was just being entertaining. This failure to recognize boundaries destroys Marge's trust completely. Marge kicks Homer out of the house. This isn't a threat or temporary anger. She means it. She tells Homer he can't come home until she decides whether she even wants to stay married to him. For the first time in their relationship, Marge's forgiveness isn't automatic. She's setting a real boundary with real consequences. Homer is shocked because he's never faced permanent consequences before. Homer moves into Bart's treehouse and tries to figure out how to survive alone. He can't cook, can't clean, and can't handle basic adult responsibilities. Marge has been managing his entire life, and without her, Homer is helpless. He starts missing meals, showing up to work disheveled, and generally falling apart. This is when Homer realizes what he's lost and how much he depended on Marge for everything. Most people would expect Homer to win Marge back through some grand romantic gesture. Instead, Homer becomes increasingly pathetic and manipulative. He shows up at the house claiming he's not trying to get her back, just that he needs help with basic tasks. He plays on Marge's sympathy, hoping she'll feel bad enough to take him back without him actually changing or understanding what he did wrong. Marge recognizes this manipulation and refuses to budge. She tells Homer that she'll consider taking him back only if he can demonstrate complete honesty and respect for her privacy going forward. She's not asking for promises or grand gestures. She's demanding actual behavioral change and accountability. This is Marge setting boundaries she should have set years ago. Here's what makes this episode powerful. Marge doesn't just forgive Homer because he says he's sorry. She makes him understand that love without boundaries isn't love, it's enabling. Homer has spent their entire marriage knowing Marge will forgive anything eventually. That's not healthy partnership. That's one person taking advantage of another's patience until there's nothing left. The episode ends with Homer proving he understands boundaries by refusing to share personal stories anymore, even when it costs him his teaching job. He chooses protecting Marge's dignity over his own success. Only after seeing this genuine change does Marge allow him to come home. But their relationship is different now. Homer knows there are limits to what Marge will tolerate, and Marge knows she can set boundaries without destroying their marriage. The controversial truth here is that Marge spent years enabling Homer's selfishness by forgiving everything. Her endless patience wasn't kindness. It was teaching Homer that his actions have no lasting consequences. When she finally set a real boundary, she did Homer a favor. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is let someone face the full consequences of their choices until they actually change. What makes this episode uncomfortable is recognizing how many relationships function like Homer and Marge's did. One person constantly forgives, while the other constantly takes advantage. The forgiver thinks they're being supportive, but they're actually enabling behavior that hurts both people. Real love includes accountability. Supporting family members doesn't mean accepting any behavior. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is say no and mean it. Here's a lesson that'll change how you see the past. Nostalgia is a trap. The Simpsons constantly shows characters longing for earlier times, and every single episode reveals those times weren't actually better. The Way We Was and countless other flashback episodes demonstrate how remembered past is always better than actual past, and why this false memory prevents growth. Springfield is obsessed with the past. Grandpa Simpson constantly tells stories about how things were better in his day. Homer romanticizes his high school years. Every older character in town insists that Springfield has declined from some golden age. But whenever the show actually goes back in time through flashbacks, that golden age reveals itself as mythology. The Way We Was takes us to 1974, supposedly a better, simpler time. Homer remembers high school as his glory days when life made sense. He tells his kids stories about falling in love with their mother, painting his teenage years as romantic and meaningful. But the flashback reveals something different. Homer was miserable in high school. He was failing classes, had no prospects, and was considered a loser by everyone except Marge. Here's the thing about Homer's nostalgia. He's not lying about the past. He genuinely remembers it as better than it was. His brain has filtered out the loneliness, the academic failure, the constant rejection. What remains is a highlight reel of the one good thing that happened, meeting Marge. He's condensed years of struggle into one romantic memory and convinced himself those were the good old days. Grandpa Simpson does the same thing with his World War II stories. He talks about the war as a time when men were men, values were clear, and America was great. But the few times we see actual flashbacks to Grandpa's war experience, it's traumatic and terrible. He saw friends die, he killed people, he lived in constant fear. The war destroyed his mental health and left him with nothing. Yet somehow, in his memory, it became the peak of his existence. This pattern repeats throughout Springfield. Mr. Burns remembers the 1890s as a golden age when he could exploit workers without unions interfering. Principal Skinner remembers Vietnam as a time of clarity and purpose. Even characters who lived through obviously terrible periods remember them fondly, because nostalgia filters out pain and amplifies the few good moments. What makes this fascinating is how nostalgia prevents Springfield from improving. The town constantly tries to restore past glory that never existed. They build monuments to fake history. They resist changes because they believe change is what ruined everything. Every attempt at progress gets blocked by someone insisting, "It wasn't like this in my day," even though their day was actually worse by every objective measure. The show reveals this through economic details. Homer bought his house and supported a family on a single income from a low-level power plant job. This was barely plausible in 1989 when the show started. By 2020, it's obvious fantasy. The Simpsons started as working-class wish fulfillment, but gradually became a critique of how that lifestyle is no longer achievable. The nostalgia for Homer's life is nostalgia for an economic reality that's permanently gone. But the characters within the show do the same thing. Homer thinks his father had it easier. Grandpa thinks his father had it easier. Every generation believes the previous one lived in a golden age. Nobody recognizes that every generation faced different struggles and that the past wasn't better, just different. This is the nostalgia trap. Believing your best days are behind you guarantees you'll never appreciate your present or build a better future. The lesson here is brutal. Every generation thinks they had it better, and every generation is wrong. The Simpsons shows us that people's memories of the past are always better than the actual past was. Homer remembers high school as glory days, but the flashbacks show he was miserable then too. His happiness came from not knowing what he was missing, not from actually having a better life. What makes this relevant today is how nostalgia has become a political weapon. Make America great again only works if people believe America was actually greater before. But flashbacks to whatever period they're thinking of reveal that period was terrible for most people. The 1950s that boomers remember fondly had segregation, limited opportunities for women, and environmental disasters. The 1970s that Gen X romanticizes had economic stagnation and rampant crime. Every golden age was only golden for a few people, and even for them, their memory is probably lying. The nostalgia trap keeps you from appreciating or improving your present by making you long for a past that never really existed. Homer's life in the present is objectively better than his high school years in almost every way, but his nostalgia makes him feel like he's declined. That's the trap. You can't build a better future if you're constantly trying to restore a past that was never as good as you remember. Before we get into our next lesson, be sure to subscribe to our channel. Let's talk about a lesson that challenges the American dream itself. Ambition without purpose is destruction. Mr. Burns has everything society tells us to want: wealth, power, success, and he's the most miserable person in Springfield. Rosebud shows us exactly why achieving all your ambitions means nothing if they're not connected to genuine human needs. Charles Montgomery Burns is the richest man in Springfield. He owns the nuclear power plant, countless businesses, and has accumulated more wealth than he could spend in multiple lifetimes. He has power over everyone in town. He can buy anything, do anything, and control anyone. By every metric society uses to measure success, Mr. Burns won. He achieved everything capitalism promises will make you happy. But Mr. Burns is the most miserable character on the show. He's ancient, lonely, and filled with bitterness. He can't remember his employees' names despite working with them for decades. He has no genuine relationships. His vast mansion is empty of warmth or life. He's achieved ultimate success and found it completely hollow. This is the uncomfortable truth the show keeps revealing. Winning capitalism doesn't make you happy. Rosebud begins with Mr. Burns waking up on his birthday. He's surrounded by luxury, but nobody cares about him. His assistant Smithers throws a party with actors paid to pretend to be Burns's friends. Burns sees through this immediately. He knows every smile is purchased, every birthday wish is insincere. When you have unlimited money, you can never know if people like you or just like what you can give them. Burns begins reminiscing about his childhood, specifically about his teddy bear named Bobo. This stuffed bear was the last object that made Burns genuinely happy. He lost it when his family sent him to boarding school, and he's been empty ever since. Burns spent his entire life pursuing wealth and power thinking they'd fill the void, but he's ended up more alone than when he started. Here's where the episode gets interesting. Burns discovers that his childhood teddy bear ended up in the Simpsons' house. Homer found it years ago and gave it to Maggie, who's become attached to it. Burns desperately wants it back. This is the richest man in town, capable of buying anything in the world, and he's obsessed with a worthless stuffed bear because it represents the last time he felt genuine happiness. Burns tries to buy Bobo from Homer, offering increasingly absurd amounts of money. Homer refuses every offer because Maggie loves the bear, and he knows taking it would hurt her. Here's the thing. Homer Simpson, the supposedly incompetent failure, has the one thing Burns's billions can't buy: a daughter who loves him without conditions and whom he loves enough to turn down wealth for. Burns escalates his tactics. He threatens Homer's job. He uses his media empire to turn public opinion against the Simpsons. He makes their lives miserable in every way his power allows. But none of it works because Maggie won't let go of the bear, and Homer won't let go of Maggie's happiness. The richest man in Springfield is defeated by a baby who has nothing except her family's love. The episode flashes back to show us key moments from Burns's life. We see young Burns as an innocent child who loved his teddy bear. Then his parents send him to boarding school, where he's forced to toughen up and abandon childish things. We watch him gradually transform from sweet child to ruthless businessman. Every step that made him more successful made him less human. His wealth was built by destroying everything that made him capable of happiness. The flashbacks reveal that Burns wasn't always evil. He made conscious choices to prioritize power over connection, money over relationships, success over humanity. Each choice seemed rational at the time. Give up the teddy bear to seem mature. Betray a friend for a promotion. Exploit workers for higher profits. Every decision increased his wealth and decreased his capacity for joy. By the time he achieved ultimate success, he'd destroyed everything that makes success meaningful. Most people watching this episode think it's about a mean old man learning to care. But that's not what happens. Burns doesn't actually change. He remains miserable even after briefly getting his bear back. The episode's power comes from showing how achieving everything society values can leave you with nothing that actually matters. Burns won the game and lost everything worth having. What makes this episode devastating is the revelation that Burns knows he's miserable. He's not blind to his isolation or ignorant of what he's lost. He understands completely that his billions can't buy the simple happiness Maggie has playing with a teddy bear. But he also can't go back. He's too far down the path of ambition to reconnect with his humanity. His success trapped him in success. The controversial truth here is that society's entire definition of success, wealth, power, dominance creates the emptiest possible existence. Burns won capitalism and lost his humanity. He has everything money can buy and nothing money can't buy. His story is America's story. The ruthless pursuit of success leaving you successful but hollow. The lesson is that ambition without purpose doesn't make you successful. It makes you Burns. You might win everything and realize winning meant nothing. Time for a lesson that hits different in modern context. Toxic masculinity destroys men. Homer Simpson's desperate attempts to prove he's a real man cause more damage than any of his actual flaws. Homer versus Patty and Selma shows us exactly how masculine expectations create problems that genuine vulnerability could prevent, and why men's worst enemy is often the idea of what men should be. Homer Simpson screws up financially, again. He's invested his family's savings in pumpkin futures, betting that prices would skyrocket around Halloween. Instead, pumpkin prices crashed, and Homer lost everything. He can't pay the mortgage, he can't cover bills. The family is facing financial catastrophe entirely because of Homer's stupidity and hubris. Here's where masculine expectations make everything worse. Homer's logical move is to ask for help. Marge has sisters who might loan them money. The bank could refinance. Mr. Burns might give an advance on salary. Any of these options would solve the immediate crisis. But admitting he needs help means admitting he failed. In Homer's mind, real men don't fail, or at least don't admit when they fail. So instead of asking for help when the problem is small, Homer hides it and hopes it resolves itself. The problem doesn't resolve itself. The mortgage company sends warnings. Bills pile up. Marge starts noticing financial problems. Homer is running out of time to fix this before his failure becomes public. His masculinity demands he solve this alone, but he has no ability to actually solve it. The masculine expectation to be self-sufficient is crushing him. Finally, with no options left, Homer is forced to ask Marge's sisters Patty and Selma for a loan. This is Homer's worst nightmare. Patty and Selma have hated Homer since the day he married their sister. They've spent decades telling Marge she married wrong. They constantly mock Homer's inadequacy. Now Homer has to go to them, admit he failed, and beg for money. It's the ultimate emasculation. Patty and Selma agree to loan Homer the money, but they're gleeful about it. They've been waiting years for proof that Homer is as worthless as they always said. Now they have it. Homer signed a loan agreement putting him completely in their power. They own him now, and they plan to make him suffer for it. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to remind Homer of his failure and dependency. Here's where it gets worse. Patty and Selma work at the DMV, and Homer needs to renew his license. During his driving test, they smoke cigarettes in the car, violating workplace rules. Their supervisor arrives unexpectedly and smells smoke. Patty and Selma are about to lose their jobs. But then Homer does something unexpected. He claims the cigarettes were his. Homer takes the blame for their violation. He accepts humiliation and consequences to protect the women who've been torturing him. Why would he do this? Because despite everything, they're Marge's sisters. Hurting them would hurt Marge. Homer's love for his wife overrides his self-interest. This is genuine strength, not the fake masculine strength he's been performing. Patty and Selma are stunned by Homer's sacrifice. They've spent decades believing he's entirely selfish. This one act of selflessness doesn't erase their hatred, but it forces them to acknowledge he's capable of putting others first. They forgive his debt in response. Homer gets his loan forgiven not through masculine strength or clever schemes, but through vulnerability and sacrifice. Most people think this episode is about Homer proving himself to his in-laws, but that's missing the deeper lesson. Homer's problems all stem from masculine expectations. His financial crisis happened because he couldn't admit ignorance and ask for investment advice. His suffering escalated because he couldn't ask for help early when solutions were easy. His relationship with Patty and Selma stayed hostile because he couldn't admit vulnerability and just apologize for being inadequate. The moment Homer abandoned masculine performance and just accepted reality, everything improved. He admitted financial failure, accepted help from people who hated him, and sacrificed his pride to protect them. None of these are masculine actions by traditional standards. They're all expressions of vulnerability and connection, and they work better than any amount of masculine posturing could have. This episode teaches us that Homer's worst quality isn't his stupidity or laziness. It's his internalized belief that admitting vulnerability makes him less of a man. He would rather suffer in silence than ask for help. He'd rather hide failures than admit mistakes. He'd rather destroy his family's financial security than accept he doesn't know what he's doing. The masculinity isn't protecting him, it's destroying him. The brutal truth is that toxic masculinity doesn't just hurt women. It destroys the men who believe in it. Male suicide rates are high because men won't admit they're struggling or ask for help. Male health outcomes are poor because men won't go to doctors or acknowledge pain. Male relationships are shallow because men can't admit emotional needs. The masculine ideal of complete self-sufficiency and emotional invulnerability is killing men, and Homer's story is everyone's story who's been trapped by those expectations. Here's a lesson that'll make some people uncomfortable. Religion can be both comfort and control. Ned Flanders is the Simpsons' most religious character, and the show treats his faith with both respect and critique. Hurricane Nettie shows us exactly how religion provides meaning while potentially limiting growth, and why faith as coping mechanism is more complicated than either believers or atheists want to admit. Ned Flanders is the perfect Christian. He follows every rule, attends church constantly, and genuinely believes that God has a plan. His faith gives his life structure and meaning. He's the most positive person in Springfield, always cheerful and helpful. Most people watching the show assume Ned's faith makes him happy. Hurricane Nettie reveals that Ned's faith might actually be the only thing preventing complete psychological collapse. A hurricane hits Springfield and destroys Ned's house. This is devastating for any homeowner, but it's particularly hard for Ned because he's never questioned whether he deserves this. He's done everything right. He's followed God's rules perfectly. He's been a good neighbor, a loving father, and a faithful servant. Why would God destroy his house when he's done nothing to deserve punishment? Here's where it gets interesting. The Springfield community decides to help rebuild Ned's house. The entire town shows up to volunteer. This should be heartwarming, but there's a problem. Nobody in Springfield has any construction skills. Homer is using a hammer on nails that aren't there. Moe is installing the toilet upside down. The house they build is structurally unsound and completely inadequate, but they meant well, so they expect Ned to be grateful. Ned tries to be grateful. His faith tells him that any help is God's blessing. His personality demands he stay positive. But when he leans on the wall and it collapses, something inside him breaks. He realizes the community's help made things worse. His house is destroyed worse than before. Everything he owns is ruined, and he's supposed to smile and thank God for this disaster. Ned has a complete mental breakdown. He starts screaming at everyone in town, expressing decades of repressed anger. He tells Homer he's ugly and hate-filled. He calls his own children mistakes. He says every cruel thought he's been suppressing for years. This isn't momentary frustration. This is total psychological collapse. Ned's faith and personality have been holding back something dark, and it's finally exploding. The breakdown lands Ned in a mental hospital where a psychiatrist reveals his history. Young Ned was a completely undisciplined child. His beatnik parents couldn't control him. He destroyed property, attacked people, and showed no capacity for self-regulation. In desperation, his parents took him to Dr. Foster, who invented aggressive spanking therapy. Dr. Foster literally beat obedience into Ned. Here's the thing. Ned's perfect faith and cheerful personality aren't natural. They're the result of childhood trauma and aggressive behavioral conditioning. He was a wild child who got violently disciplined into someone who couldn't express negative emotions. His Christianity isn't just genuine belief. It's a coping mechanism to manage the rage and chaos that his therapy suppressed, but never actually resolved. The episode reveals that Ned can't express anger, set boundaries, or acknowledge his own needs, because doing so was beaten out of him. His faith provides a framework for this repression. God has a plan means he doesn't have to question why bad things happen. Turn the other cheek means he doesn't have to defend himself. Love thy neighbor means he can't admit when people hurt him. Every aspect of his faith enables his inability to process normal human emotions. Most people think religious people are happy because their faith gives them peace. But Ned's story shows how religion can be both genuine comfort and subtle control. His faith genuinely helps him find meaning, but that same faith prevents him from acknowledging anger, setting boundaries, or demanding fair treatment. He can't question God's plan without questioning the entire structure keeping his trauma contained. What makes this brilliant is that The Simpsons doesn't mock Ned's faith or dismiss it as stupid. The show recognizes that his religion gives his life structure and meaning. His church community provides support. His beliefs help him navigate difficult situations. But the show also reveals how that same faith keeps him from processing anger, acknowledging his needs, or demanding respect. Both things are true simultaneously. The controversial truth here is that Ned's faith is partially genuine devotion and partially trauma response. He believes in God sincerely. He also believes in God because his childhood therapy made it impossible for him to exist without rigid external structure. His religion comforts him and controls him at the same time. This complexity is what most people can't handle. Believers want faith to be purely good. Atheists want it to be purely harmful. Ned shows it can be genuinely both. The lesson is that religion can be genuine comfort and subtle control simultaneously. Ned's faith gives him meaning while preventing him from addressing his psychological trauma. His church provides community while reinforcing his inability to set boundaries. His beliefs help him cope while keeping him from genuine healing. Both things are true, and acknowledging this complexity is more honest than pretending faith is either entirely good or entirely bad. If you're still watching, make sure you're subscribed to our channel. Time for a lesson that reveals something dark about society. Community is held together by lies. Springfield only functions because everyone agrees not to acknowledge certain uncomfortable truths. Homer's enemy revisited from a different angle shows us exactly what happens when someone refuses to participate in collective delusion and why social harmony often depends on ignoring obvious problems. Springfield is fundamentally broken. The nuclear power plant is run by people with no qualifications. The police are incompetent and corrupt. The school system fails every student. The government is openly bribed by corporations. Burns commits crimes constantly with no consequences. Homer endangers everyone regularly with no accountability. By any objective standard, Springfield should have collapsed decades ago. But it hasn't collapsed because everyone has agreed to ignore these problems. When Homer causes a near meltdown, everyone just shrugs and goes back to work. When Burns openly commits crimes, nobody reports him to higher authorities. When the police fail to solve crimes, everyone just accepts it. The entire community functions through collective agreement to pretend everything is basically fine. Here's where Frank Grimes comes in again, but from a different angle. Grimes isn't just upset that Homer is incompetent. He's upset that everyone knows Homer is incompetent and doesn't care. When Grimes points out that Homer should be fired, Mr. Burns doesn't even remember who Homer is. When Grimes shows coworkers Homer's dangerous mistakes, they laugh it off. The problem isn't just that Homer is failing, it's that the system has agreed to accommodate his failure. Grimes represents someone who won't participate in the collective delusion. He insists on acknowledging reality. Homer shouldn't have this job. Burns shouldn't be allowed to run a nuclear plant. The safety violations should be reported. These are objective facts, but saying them out loud makes Grimes the villain. He's breaking the social contract that keeps Springfield functional. What makes this fascinating is that Grimes is completely correct about everything. His assessment of Springfield is accurate. His identification of problems is right. His insistence on standards and accountability is reasonable, but his correctness makes him the outsider. Springfield doesn't function through merit or competence. It functions through everyone agreeing to low standards and mutual tolerance of failure. The community's response to Grimes is revealing. They don't argue that he's wrong. They just act like his complaints are rude and inappropriate. When he points out Homer's incompetence, they change the subject. When he demands accountability, they make excuses. Nobody defends the system's logic because the system doesn't run on logic. It runs on collective agreement to not examine the system too closely. Here's the uncomfortable part. Springfield's approach actually works better than Grimes's alternative. If the community enforced strict standards, half the population would be unemployed. If they demanded accountability, most institutions would collapse. If they refused to tolerate failure, people like Homer would have nothing. The collective delusion isn't weakness. It's how the community survives despite its incompetence. Grimes's death proves the point definitively. He dies because he insisted on importing real-world logic into Springfield. He couldn't accept cartoon logic, so cartoon logic killed him. His funeral shows everyone going back to normal immediately, even laughing when Homer falls asleep. They're not being cruel. They're demonstrating that Springfield requires you to not think too hard about anything, or you'll go crazy like Grimes did. Most people think communities survive through shared values or honest communication. But Springfield shows us that communities often survive through shared fictions. Everyone pretends Homer is competent enough. Everyone pretends Burns is just eccentric rather than evil. Everyone pretends the institutions work well enough. These lies aren't secrets. Everyone knows they're lies. But agreeing to believe them anyway is what keeps society functioning. The lesson here is uncomfortable. Communities don't survive because everyone tells the truth. They survive because everyone agrees what truths to ignore. Springfield functions because people pretend Homer is adequate, Burns is legitimate, and everything is basically fine. Grimes dies because he insists on acknowledging reality. His death isn't tragedy. It's the community's immune system removing someone who wouldn't participate in the necessary fictions. This episode teaches us something most people don't want to acknowledge. Social harmony often depends on collective delusion. We pretend our leaders are competent, our institutions work, and our neighbors are basically okay. We know these are often lies, but saying so out loud makes you the problem, not the lying. Grimes was right about everything and died alone and mocked. Homer is wrong about everything and lives surrounded by love. That's not fair, but it's how communities actually work. Let's talk about a lesson that every creative person needs to hear. Creative integrity doesn't pay bills. The Simpsons itself proves that even the most brilliant shows eventually sell out, because survival requires compromise. The Itchy and Scratchy and Poochie show is meta-commentary on exactly what happened to The Simpsons over 30 years, and why commerce eventually corrupts everything creative. The Itchy and Scratchy show is a violent cartoon within The Simpsons that Lisa and Bart love. It's been running for years with the same basic formula. Itchy tortures Scratchy in increasingly creative ways. The formula works because it's simple and authentic. Then the network sees declining ratings and panics. Instead of trusting their creative team, they demand focus group-tested changes to chase demographics. Roger Myers Jr., the show's producer, calls a meeting to introduce Poochie, a new character designed entirely by committee. Poochie is everything focus groups said they wanted: radical, cool, in your face, with attitude. He surfs, raps, and constantly reminds viewers how cool he is. He's transparently fake, a boardroom's idea of what young people like rather than anything authentic or creative. The writers at the meeting know Poochie is terrible. They can see he's focus group garbage designed to chase ratings rather than serve the show's creative vision. But they also know they need jobs. If the network wants Poochie, they'll give the network Poochie. Artistic integrity is great, but it doesn't pay rent. So they write Poochie into the show despite knowing it will destroy everything that made Itchy and Scratchy special. Here's where The Simpsons gets brilliant and painful. The show within a show mirrors The Simpsons' own history. In early seasons, The Simpsons was revolutionary because it took creative risks. The writers said what they wanted. The characters were flawed and real. The show mocked everything, including itself. But as decades passed and profits became paramount, The Simpsons started making the same compromises it once mocked. Homer gets cast as Poochie's voice actor after a disastrous audition where he can't rap or act. He's terrible in the same way Poochie is terrible, trying too hard to be cool and missing completely. The recording session shows everyone involved knowing this is garbage but going through the motions anyway. The director gives up trying to get good performances and just tells Homer to yell randomly. This is creative death, watching professionals abandon standards because the suits demand it. The first Poochie episode airs, and it's immediately obvious how terrible it is. Poochie crashes into scenes with no setup, constantly reminds viewers he's cool, and adds nothing to the show's actual content. Viewers hate him instantly. Lisa and Bart watch in horror as something they loved gets destroyed by corporate interference. Comic Book Guy perfectly summarizes the disaster. Worst episode ever. Homer checks internet forums and discovers everyone hates Poochie. He can't understand why, because he worked hard on the voice. But the problem isn't effort. The problem is that Poochie was designed by marketing executives who don't understand the show, voiced by an actor with no relevant skills, and forced into a series that didn't need or want him. No amount of hard work can fix fundamentally flawed creative choices driven by fear and greed. The network immediately kills Poochie in the next episode. They don't even let him finish his arc. They just announce Poochie died on the way back to his home planet via cue card and returned to the original formula. It's the most cynical possible resolution, admitting the changes were terrible, while also demonstrating that the show will chase whatever ratings demand. Integrity be damned. What makes this episode tragic is that it predicted The Simpsons' own future. The show that once mocked focus group-tested characters eventually became exactly that. Later seasons of The Simpsons are filled with celebrity cameos playing themselves, stories designed to generate social media buzz, and desperate attempts to stay relevant. The show that mocked Poochie eventually became Poochie. The controversial truth here is that maintaining creative integrity while surviving commercially is nearly impossible. Artists start with vision and principles. But rent costs money, employees need salaries, networks demand ratings. Eventually, every creator faces the choice: compromise your vision to survive, or maintain integrity and get canceled. Most choose survival because bills are real and principles aren't. The lesson this episode teaches is brutal but honest. Commerce corrupts art eventually. The Simpsons lasted 30 plus years because it made compromises. It kept running by gradually abandoning everything that made it special. The early seasons were brilliant because they took risks. The later seasons exist because they stopped taking risks. You can't have both commercial longevity and creative integrity. You have to choose, and survival usually wins. Let's talk about a lesson most comedies avoid. Death doesn't make life meaningless. The Simpsons has confronted mortality repeatedly, showing that acknowledging death actually makes life more precious rather than destroying its value. One fish, two fish, blowfish, bluefish gives us Homer's 24 hours to live and reveals exactly why certainty of death changes everything. Homer takes the family out for sushi at a new restaurant. He's adventurous and demands to try something exotic. The chef offers fugu, poisonous blowfish that's deadly if prepared incorrectly. Homer ignores the danger and orders it, because trying new things is fun and consequences seem abstract. This is how Homer approaches life. Impulsively, without thinking beyond immediate pleasure. The meal is delicious. Homer has a great time. But then the chef reveals he's not certified to prepare fugu. The master chef was on break. An apprentice made Homer's fish, and he doesn't know if he cut it correctly. Dr. Hibbert examines Homer and delivers the diagnosis. Homer has 24 hours to live. The poison is already in his system. By this time tomorrow, Homer will be dead. Here's where everything changes. Homer has spent his entire life taking tomorrow for granted. He's wasted decades assuming he'll always have more time. Now, time has a deadline, and suddenly every minute matters. Homer makes a list of everything he wants to do before he dies. The list reveals what actually matters to him when life is finite. Make amends with his father, spend quality time with his kids, have a romantic evening with Marge. Homer tries to accomplish everything on his list in 24 hours. He visits his father, and they have an honest conversation about their relationship. It's awkward and difficult, but it's real. Homer tells his father he loves him and gets to hear it back. This is something he could have done any time in the past 40 years, but only does when facing death. Why did he wait until it was almost too late? He takes Bart to go fishing and actually pays attention to his son. He listens to Lisa play saxophone and tells her how proud he is of her intelligence. He holds Maggie and tells her she's special. These are simple actions that take minimal time. Homer could do them every day, but he doesn't, because tomorrow is always an option. Only when tomorrow disappears do these moments become urgent. The romantic evening with Marge is where Homer fully grasps what he's losing. They have dinner, listen to music, and connect without distractions. Marge is sad, but trying to be strong. Homer realizes he's wasted so much time being selfish when he could have been appreciating his wife. Every moment not spent loving her was a moment lost forever. Homer falls asleep on the couch waiting for death. His list isn't complete. He wanted to accomplish more, be better, make up for wasted years. But time runs out before he finishes. This is the reality of death. You don't get to decide when it's convenient. You don't get closure on everything. It just ends, ready or not. Homer wakes up the next morning alive. Dr. Hibbert made a mistake in the diagnosis. The poison wasn't actually fatal. Homer is going to live. This should be the greatest moment of his life. He got a second chance. He knows what actually matters now. He could spend the rest of his life appreciating every moment with his family. But that's not what happens. Within hours, Homer is back to his old habits. He's watching TV, ignoring his kids, taking Marge for granted. The urgency disappeared the moment death was no longer immediate. Homer learned nothing permanent because humans can't sustain awareness of mortality. We need to forget death, to function normally. But forgetting death means forgetting what makes life precious. Most people think this episode is about appreciating life, but it's actually about why we don't appreciate life. Homer only valued his time when he thought it was ending. The moment he believed he had years left, everything became disposable again. This isn't Homer being stupid. This is human psychology. We waste our lives because we think we have unlimited time. We don't, but acting like we don't would make normal life impossible. The controversial truth here is that acknowledging death creates urgency, but that urgency is exhausting to maintain. Homer can't live every day like it's his last, because that level of intensity would destroy him. But living like he's immortal means wasting the time he actually has. There's no solution to this paradox. You can't sustain death awareness without going crazy, but you can't fully appreciate life without it. This episode teaches us that most of us live like Homer after his near-death experience rather than during it. We intellectually know we're going to die. We understand our time is limited, but we act like we're immortal anyway, because functional daily life requires ignoring mortality. We waste our days on meaningless tasks because acknowledging that we're running out of time is too painful to face constantly. Another lesson that hits different as the show aged. Change is inevitable and terrifying. The Simpsons' own resistance to aging characters reflects society's deep fear of growth and transformation. Lisa's wedding and other flash-forward episodes show us potential futures, while the show's format ensures nothing ever fundamentally changes, revealing exactly why we choose comfortable stagnation over terrifying growth. Lisa's wedding takes us to 2010, where adult Lisa meets her British fiancé Hugh at a Renaissance fair. She's 23, successful, and finally seems to have everything she wants. The episode shows us what Lisa becomes: educated, cultured, engaged to a wealthy, sophisticated man who appreciates her intelligence. This is the future young Lisa dreams about. It looks perfect on the surface. But as the wedding approaches, cracks appear. Hugh is embarrassed by Lisa's family. He mocks Springfield as backwards and provincial. He expects Lisa to abandon her roots and join his upper-class British world. The episode reveals that Lisa's success comes at a cost: distance from everyone she loves. Growing up means growing away. Here's the thing about flash-forward episodes. They promise change and growth, then immediately get erased. Lisa's wedding ends with her calling off the engagement to stay true to her family. Other future episodes show Bart becoming a deadbeat, Lisa becoming president, Maggie becoming a musician. Every future promises character development. Then the next episode resets everyone to exactly where they were. Springfield is a place where nothing ever fundamentally changes. Bart is always 10. Lisa is always 8. Homer is always working at the plant. Marge is always supporting Homer. Decades pass in real time, but no time passes in Springfield. The show literalizes society's fantasy that we can have experience without consequences, time without aging, life without change. The resistance to change isn't just a writing convenience, it's thematically central to what The Simpsons is about. Springfield represents the American fantasy of permanent stability. People want to believe they can keep their children young forever, stay in their prime indefinitely, and never face the consequences of time passing. The show's format is this fantasy made real, but the flash-forwards reveal the cost of this fantasy. Every time we see the characters age, we see how change is necessary for growth. Lisa can't become president while staying 8 forever. Bart can't find purpose while permanently being a 4th grader. Homer can't develop wisdom while repeatedly learning the same lessons. The stasis that feels comfortable is actually preventing development. What makes this fascinating is that fans both demand change and resist it. Viewers complain that nothing meaningful happens in later seasons. But when the show killed off a character permanently or aged people up, there was backlash. People claim they want growth while actually wanting familiar comfort. The Simpsons gives us both. Episodes promising change followed by immediate reset to baseline. This reflects real human psychology. We say we want to grow and change, but actual change is terrifying. Change means uncertainty. It means losing what's familiar. It means becoming someone different than who you've always been. Most people choose stagnation because it's predictable, even when they know stagnation is slowly killing them. Springfield's permanence is both its comfort and its curse. Nothing bad can happen permanently because everything resets. But nothing good can develop permanently either. Homer can't grow because he needs to be Homer forever. Lisa can't escape because she needs to be 8 forever. The characters are trapped in amber, preserved but unable to develop. The lesson here is that change is terrifying even when stagnation is worse, so we keep choosing the devil we know. Lisa's potential futures show her becoming accomplished, but they also show her losing her family's connection. Bart's futures show him finding purpose, but losing his youth. Every change involves loss. We resist change not because we're stupid, but because change always costs something valuable even when it's necessary. What makes this particularly relevant is watching The Simpsons age in real time while its characters don't. The show that was revolutionary in 1989 is nostalgic comfort in 2025. The writers aged, the animators aged, the cultural context aged, but The Simpsons stayed permanently frozen. This creates weird moments where the show references current events with characters who should have died of old age decades ago. The format's resistance to change became the show's defining limitation. If you're still watching our video, be sure to subscribe to our channel. Here's a lesson that gets more relevant every year. The American dream is designed to fail. Homer Simpson has a house, 2 cars, and 3 kids on a single income at a nuclear power plant, and the show constantly reveals this is impossible. Lisa the Simpson and countless other episodes demonstrate how working-class prosperity was only ever temporary and is never coming back. In early episodes, The Simpsons reflected a specific economic moment. Working-class families could still achieve middle-class comfort. Homer's single income covered a mortgage, 2 cars, 3 kids, and regular spending. This seemed barely plausible in 1989. By 2025, it's obvious fantasy. The show accidentally documented the death of working-class prosperity by continuing to portray something that stopped being possible. Lisa the Simpson deals with genetic destiny. Lisa discovers there's a Simpson gene that makes all Simpson males stupid after childhood. She panics because she assumes this will affect her too. The episode reveals that women in the Simpson family don't have this limitation. But the metaphor is clear. Your biology, your family background, your genetics determine your future more than your effort. Here's where class comes in. The Simpson gene is a metaphor for inherited disadvantage. Homer isn't stupid because he's lazy. He's stupid because his family history made him stupid. He's trapped in a low-level job because his cognitive limitations prevent advancement. He'll stay in that position forever, not because he's not trying, but because the system isn't designed for people like him to move up. The show early on treated Homer's economic situation as normal. A high school dropout with no skills could buy a house and support a family. This reflected actual 1980s economics, where union manufacturing jobs paid enough for middle-class life. But as the show continued and those jobs disappeared in real life, Homer's situation became increasingly impossible. Later episodes acknowledge this. The family faces financial crises more frequently. Homer works multiple jobs. They struggle with medical bills. The house needs repairs they can't afford. The show shifted from portraying working-class comfort to working-class struggle because the real economy shifted that direction. But the show can never fully address this because admitting Homer's life is unsustainable would break the premise. What makes this uncomfortable is that The Simpsons started as working-class wish fulfillment and gradually became working-class critique. Homer had the life that real working-class families could imagine achieving. But that life stopped being achievable. Now Homer represents nostalgia for an economic reality that's permanently gone. His lifestyle is fantasy, the same way his yellow skin and 4 fingers are fantasy. The lesson here is brutal. The American dream promised that working hard would provide comfortable life. But that promise was only ever true for a brief historical moment in a specific country for certain types of workers. Homer's lifestyle looked realistic in 1989, but became obvious fantasy by 2010. The dream wasn't wrong. It expired. Lisa recognizing systemic problems represents awareness the show can't fully explore. She's smart enough to see that her family's economic situation doesn't make sense. Her father's income shouldn't cover their expenses. Their house should have been foreclosed years ago. The system doesn't work the way society claims it works. But Lisa is trapped in a show that can't address this reality fully without destroying its premise. The controversial truth is that working-class prosperity in America was an historical accident, not a permanent feature. Post-Dewey, economic conditions created a brief period where single-income families could achieve comfort. Unions protected wages. Manufacturing paid well. Housing was affordable. This wasn't normal. This was an exceptional moment that ended in the 1970s and 1980s. Homer represents nostalgia for something that only ever lasted 30 years. What makes this relevant today is watching people demand a return to conditions that were always temporary. Make America Great Again assumes there was a period when working-class families thrived, and we just need to restore those conditions. But The Simpsons accidentally documents how that period ended and why it's not coming back. Homer's life is impossible now. It will stay impossible. The show can't acknowledge this fully without breaking, so it just keeps pretending. Time for a lesson that's more relevant than ever. Media literacy is survival. The Simpsons has spent decades showing how television, news, and entertainment manipulate perception and create reality. Homer Badman demonstrates exactly how media narratives destroy truth and why what actually happened matters less than what people think happened. Homer and Marge hire a college student named Ashley as a babysitter. After the evening, Homer drives her home. As Ashley gets out of the car, Homer notices a gummy Venus de Milo stuck to her pants. It's a rare candy he's been saving from a candy convention. Without thinking, he reaches over and peels it off her backside. In Homer's mind, he's just retrieving his candy. From Ashley's perspective, Homer just grabbed her ass. Ashley is understandably upset and tells her friends about it. Word spreads through campus that Homer Simpson sexually harassed his babysitter. A feminist group gets involved, staging protests outside his house. The media covers it as a clear case of sexual harassment. Homer is shocked because he knows he didn't intend anything inappropriate. He was just getting his candy back. But intent doesn't matter once the narrative is established. Here's where media manipulation becomes obvious. Rock Bottom, a tabloid TV show, interviews Homer and edits the footage to make him look guilty. They splice together different parts of the interview, remove context, and add dramatization may not have happened in tiny text. The final segment shows Homer seemingly admitting to harassment and making creepy statements he never actually made. The edited footage is devastating. Homer watches himself on TV saying things he didn't say, confessing to actions he didn't take. The editing is so effective that even he almost believes he's guilty. This is the power of media, creating a reality that overwrites what actually happened. The truth exists somewhere, but the media's version is what everyone believes. Public opinion turns against Homer immediately. He can't go anywhere without being harassed. People throw garbage at him. Strangers yell accusations. His family is targeted. Nobody cares that he claims innocence because the video proof is more convincing than his denials. Homer is being destroyed by something that didn't happen the way the media portrayed it. The feminist group is absolutely certain of Homer's guilt. They're not lying or manipulating. They genuinely believe the narrative. Ashley's testimony combined with the edited footage creates an airtight case in their minds. They're not bad people. They're people who've been fed a false narrative and accepted it as truth because it confirms their existing beliefs about how men abuse power. Homer becomes desperate to prove his innocence, but there's no way to prove something didn't happen. You can't produce evidence of non-events. His claims of innocence just sound like every guilty person's denials. The system is designed to destroy him. Accusation creates narrative, media amplifies narrative, public accepts narrative, and the accused has no defense that works. Then groundskeeper Willie reveals he videotapes everyone all the time and has footage of the actual incident. The tape clearly shows Homer grabbing candy off Ashley's pants, not sexually assaulting her. This should vindicate Homer completely. The truth is right there on video. But here's what makes this episode brilliant and painful. Nobody cares. The media does issue a correction. Rock Bottom runs a 2-second retraction scrolling across the screen at impossible speed, mixed with retractions for dozens of other false stories. Simpson scandal fabricated. Viewers sorry for the misunderstanding. Flashes by so fast nobody could possibly read it. The show has moved on to the next story. Homer's destroyed reputation means nothing to them now. The feminist group quietly withdraws. Ashley presumably realizes her interpretation was wrong. But nobody apologizes to Homer. Nobody acknowledges the damage done. The mob just moves on to the next target, leaving Homer with a destroyed reputation and no real resolution. His innocence is technically vindicated, but the vindicat is meaningless because everyone has already moved on. Most people think this episode is about false accusations or media bias, but it's actually about something darker. Media doesn't just report reality, it creates reality. Once a narrative is established, the truth becomes irrelevant. Homer was innocent, but innocence didn't matter because the story was too perfect. Man in position of power harasses young woman. It's a story people want to believe, so they believe it regardless of facts. What makes this episode predict the future is showing how edited footage and selective context can create false realities. In the age of social media, everyone has rock bottom's editing power. Any interaction can be filmed, edited, and shared with removed context. The resulting narrative becomes truth regardless of what actually happened. Homer's story is everyone's story now. The lesson here is that media doesn't just report facts, it creates the reality people believe in. Homer was innocent, but innocence didn't matter once the story took hold. The truth existed on Willie's videotape, but that truth was boring compared to the exciting narrative of harassment. People prefer compelling lies to boring truth. Once a narrative is established, corrections are meaningless because everyone has moved on to the next outrage. The controversial truth is that in a media-saturated world, what actually happened matters less than what people think happened. Homer's actual innocent action was irrelevant. The story people believed was what destroyed him, and even when proof of innocence emerged, it didn't matter because the mob had moved on. This is our reality now. Facts are negotiable, narratives are what matter, and once you're targeted, truth won't save you. Let's talk about a lesson that destroys idealism. Cynicism is easier than hope. Lisa Simpson starts the series as an optimistic believer in change, and the show systematically breaks her by proving that hope accomplishes nothing. Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington shows us exactly how faith in institutions gets destroyed, and why the optimists are right about what should happen, but the cynics are right about what actually will happen. Lisa Simpson is assigned to write an essay about America for a patriotic contest. She's 8 years old and genuinely believes in American democracy. She reads about the Founding Fathers, studies the Constitution, and writes a beautiful essay about how America's system of government protects freedom and justice. Her essay is innocent, idealistic, and completely sincere. It wins the local contest, and she gets to go to Washington, D.C. for nationals. The trip to Washington should reinforce Lisa's patriotism. She's excited to see the Capitol, tour the monuments, and celebrate American democracy. Everything she's learned in school says America is the greatest country in the world, and visiting D.C. should prove it. But then she actually witnesses how the system works, and everything changes. Lisa accidentally sees a congressman accepting a bribe from a lumber company executive. The company wants to clear-cut a forest. The congressman promises to support their proposal in exchange for money. It's open corruption, completely illegal, and happening casually in a public place. Lisa watches American democracy being bought and sold like any other commodity. Her idealistic vision of government crashes hard against reality. Here's where Lisa makes her choice. She could pretend she didn't see it, deliver her patriotic essay, and win the contest. That's what most people would do. But Lisa can't lie about something this important. If America's system is corrupted, celebrating that system would be participation in the corruption. So she rewrites her entire essay to reflect what she actually observed. Lisa's new essay is devastating. She stands at the podium in front of judges and audience and delivers a speech about corruption, bribery, and systemic failure. She explains that her faith in American democracy was destroyed by seeing it actually function. The ideals are beautiful, But the reality is rotten. She's 8 years old and she's destroying the foundation of American civic mythology. Most people would expect Lisa to be punished for this honesty. She exposed corruption instead of celebrating the system. But here's the twist. She wins the contest anyway. The judges are moved by her disillusionment and praise her for telling it like it is. Her cynical essay is treated as more mature and insightful than her idealistic one would have been. The system rewards her for calling out the system. And then nothing changes. The corrupt congressman gets arrested based on Lisa's testimony, but he's immediately replaced by someone equally corrupt. The lumber company finds a different congressman to bribe. The forest still gets clear-cut. Lisa exposed everything and accomplished nothing. The system absorbed her criticism, praised her for it, and continued functioning exactly as before. This is the pattern Lisa faces for the entire series. She identifies real problems, proposes real solutions, and fights for real change. And nothing ever improves because the system isn't designed to change. It's designed to resist change while appearing to welcome it. Lisa's optimism is repeatedly validated as morally correct and practically useless. What makes this tragic is that Lisa is right about everything. American democracy is corrupted by money. Politicians are bought by special interests. The system doesn't work the way civics textbooks claim. Every problem Lisa identifies is real. Every solution she proposes would help. But being right doesn't create change when the entire system is designed to prevent change. The episode teaches Lisa a brutal lesson. Cynicism is easier than hope, because cynicism is usually correct. Optimists believe that exposing corruption leads to reform. Cynics know that exposure just leads to better hiding. Optimists think the system can be fixed from within. Cynics understand the system is working exactly as intended. Lisa keeps being an optimist, but the show keeps proving the cynics right. This is why Lisa is the most consistently unhappy character. Her intelligence lets her see problems. Her optimism makes her think those problems can be fixed. Her experience proves problems never actually get fixed. She's trapped in a cycle of hope and disappointment that will continue her entire life. She'll keep fighting for change. The world will keep refusing to change, and she'll never learn to stop hoping. The controversial truth here is that meaningful systemic change almost never happens through proper channels. Lisa exposed congressional corruption, and the corrupt congressman got replaced with another corrupt congressman. The system performed accountability theater while ensuring nothing fundamental changed. This is how power protects itself. Accept minor losses to prevent major reform. What makes this relevant is recognizing this pattern everywhere. People expose police brutality, and departments add bias training while changing nothing. Workers complain about wages, and companies give pizza parties. Citizens demand healthcare reform, and politicians rename existing programs. The system absorbs criticism, performs response, and continues unchanged. Lisa learns this at 8 and will be fighting it until she dies. Moving on to our final lesson that ties everything together. Nothing matters, and that's okay. After 30-plus years, the show's ultimate wisdom is that life has no inherent meaning, and accepting that paradoxically makes life better. Homer the Heretic gives us this philosophy most clearly, showing why existential meaninglessness doesn't have to be depressing. Homer wakes up one Sunday morning and decides he doesn't want to go to church. Marge is shocked. The family always goes to church. It's what good families do. But Homer asks a simple question. Why? If God is everywhere, why does he need to be in a specific building? If faith is about belief, why does he need organized religion? Homer's questions are genuine and reasonable. Marge has no good answers except because that's what we do. Homer stays home and has the best Sunday of his life. He sleeps in, makes elaborate breakfast, watches TV in his underwear, and genuinely enjoys himself. Nothing bad happens. God doesn't punish him. His life isn't worse for skipping church. Actually, it's significantly better because he spent time doing things he actually enjoys instead of things he's supposed to enjoy. Here's where it gets interesting. Homer falls asleep on the couch and has a dream where God appears and talks to him. This isn't the terrifying Old Testament God who demands obedience. This is a casual, friendly God who seems genuinely curious about why Homer stopped coming to church. Homer explains his reasoning, and God basically says, "Yeah, that makes sense." God tells Homer he doesn't need to go to church if he doesn't want to. The building doesn't matter. The rituals don't matter. What matters is that Homer is a good person who helps others and tries his best. God gives Homer permission to find his own path to spirituality instead of following someone else's rules. This is the most radical message possible. The cosmic authority figure says organized religion is optional. Homer starts living by his own spiritual rules. He creates his own practices, his own relationship with God, his own meaning system. It works great for him. He's happier and feels more connected to something meaningful than he ever did following prescribed religion. This should be the happy ending. Homer found authentic spirituality without institutional religion. But then Homer's house catches fire. He's trapped inside and about to die. And who saves him? Ned Flanders, the super Christian neighbor, and Apu, the Hindu convenience store owner, and Krusty, the Jewish comedian, and Reverend Lovejoy from Homer's old church. Every religious figure in Springfield works together to save Homer's life regardless of their doctrinal differences. Here's the lesson. None of their specific religious beliefs mattered in the moment of crisis. What mattered was human connection and caring for neighbors. The Hindu, the Christian, the Jew, and the lapsed Christian all worked together because saving Homer was more important than their theological differences. Their religions taught them to help others, and they did. The specifics of how they believed were irrelevant. God appears to Homer again after the fire and tells him to go back to church. Not because church is necessary for salvation, but because being part of a community matters. Homer's personal spirituality was fine, but it was isolated. Church provides community, even if the theology is imperfect. God's message is basically, believe what you want, but don't forget you need other people. Most people think this episode is about religion, but it's actually about meaning and community. Homer discovered that external rules don't create authentic connection to meaning. You have to find meaning yourself. But finding meaning alone isn't enough. You need community too. The solution isn't choosing between authentic spirituality and community, it's finding ways to have both. This is what The Simpsons has been teaching for over 3 decades. There's no grand plan, there's no ultimate purpose, life is random, short, and then you die. But that doesn't have to be depressing. Homer finds joy in simple pleasures, maintains relationships despite constant failure, and keeps showing up even when nothing improves. The show's final lesson is the most controversial of all. Nothing you do ultimately matters in the cosmic sense, but everything you do matters to the people around you right now. And that's enough. Homer won't change the world. His life won't be remembered. His accomplishments are temporary and small. But he makes Marge happy. He, sometimes, helps his kids. He shows up for his friends. That's all meaning ever needs to be. The meaning of life isn't something you discover hidden in ancient texts or revealed by cosmic forces. It's something you create by choosing to care about things even though you know they're temporary. Homer Simpson is happy not because he's too stupid to understand life's meaninglessness, but because he's wise enough to not let that meaninglessness stop him from enjoying what he has. This hits different the older you get. Young people need cosmic meaning to justify their existence. They need their lives to matter in some ultimate sense. But eventually, you realize nothing matters in that ultimate sense, and you have a choice: despair at the meaninglessness, or embrace the freedom it provides. If nothing ultimately matters, then you're free to decide what matters to you right now. Homer chooses family. He chooses simple pleasures. He chooses showing up day after day, even when things don't improve. That's not stupidity or ignorance, that's wisdom. The smartest person in Springfield is Lisa, and she's miserable because she can't accept meaninglessness. The happiest person in Springfield is Homer, and he's happy because he's made peace with it. The Simpsons survived 30-plus years by teaching this lesson repeatedly in different forms. Life is absurd, society is broken, systems are corrupt, None of it makes sense, and you can still find moments worth experiencing. You can still love people who frustrate you. You can still show up tomorrow knowing tomorrow will be basically the same as today. That's the real secret. That's what The Simpsons has been teaching us this whole time. The world won't give you meaning. You have to make your own meaning from whatever materials you have available. Homer makes meaning from donuts and Duff beer and his family. Lisa makes meaning from fighting for justice even though she'll never win. Marge makes meaning from holding her family together despite chaos. They're all right. They're all doing it correctly. Another lesson that reveals uncomfortable truth about happiness. Ignorance really is bliss. Homer's stupidity protects him from awareness that destroys smarter people. Multiple episodes show how Homer's limited intelligence shields him from existential dread that crushes Lisa, and why sometimes not understanding problems is better than understanding problems you can't solve. Homer reveals that Homer wasn't always this stupid. He had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood that's been suppressing his intelligence for decades. When doctors remove it, Homer becomes genuinely smart. He can understand complex concepts, engage in intellectual discussions, and see patterns he never noticed before. This should be wonderful. Intelligence is supposed to improve your life. But smart Homer is miserable. He suddenly understands how terrible his job is. He recognizes how his friends are using him. He sees the corruption and stupidity everywhere in Springfield. His marriage to Marge becomes strained because he can't relate to her simple pleasures anymore. Every aspect of his life that was fine when he was dumb becomes unbearable when he's smart. Here's the thing about Homer's intelligence. It doesn't give him power to change anything. He's still stuck in the same job, same town, same life. The only difference is now he understands how trapped he is. His awareness creates suffering without providing solutions. Intelligence without power to act on that intelligence is just torture. Lisa befriends smart Homer because she's finally found someone in her family who understands her. They have deep conversations about philosophy and science. Lisa is thrilled to have an intellectual equal, but she doesn't realize she's celebrating her father's suffering. Homer is smart enough now to be as miserable as Lisa has always been. Smart Homer tries to improve Springfield by identifying problems and proposing solutions. He writes a detailed report about safety violations at the power plant. Nobody reads it. He tries to explain environmental concerns to his friends. They don't care. He attempts to engage people in meaningful discussions. They prefer watching TV. Being smart just means seeing problems other people ignore. The breaking point comes when Homer realizes his family and friends liked him better when he was stupid. Marge misses the simple Homer who laughed at dumb jokes and didn't overthink everything. Bart and Lisa preferred having a dad who played with them instead of trying to educate them constantly. His friends at Moe's want the Homer who fits in, not the one who makes them feel inadequate. Homer makes the choice to have the crayon reinserted into his brain, making himself stupid again. He writes a letter to Lisa explaining his decision. He knows intelligence is valuable. He understands what he's giving up. But the suffering isn't worth it. He'd rather be happy and stupid than smart and miserable. He chooses ignorance deliberately. Most people think this episode is about how stupidity is bad, but it's actually showing how intelligence without power creates suffering. Smart Homer could see all of Springfield's problems, but couldn't fix any of them. Dumb Homer doesn't see the problems, so they don't cause him pain. The awareness itself was the problem, not the situations. This episode teaches us something most people don't want to admit. Sometimes knowing less really does make you happier. Intelligence reveals problems you can't solve, inequities you can't fix, and truths you can't change. If that awareness doesn't come with power to act, it's just a burden. Homer chose the burden of stupidity over the burden of impotent intelligence. The controversial truth is that Lisa's misery throughout the series comes partly from her intelligence showing her problems she's powerless to fix. She sees environmental destruction but can't stop it. She recognizes corruption but can't end it. She understands inequality but can't eliminate it. Her intelligence makes her suffer without giving her power to reduce that suffering. Homer's stupidity is actually protective. let's talk about a lesson about masculinity that gets ignored. Male friendship requires emotional distance. Homer's relationship with his friends shows how men connect through activity rather than intimacy, and why this creates both resilience and isolation. Various episodes reveal that Homer's deepest relationships with men are built on shared silences rather than shared feelings. Homer spends every evening at Moe's bar with the same group of men: Barney, Carl, Lenny, and sometimes others. They drink together, watch TV together, and talk about nothing important. Surface level, it looks like they're not really friends. They mock each other, rarely share personal information, and seem to have no emotional depth. But these relationships are Homer's lifeline. When Homer faces crises, he doesn't talk to these men about his feelings, but they show up anyway. When Homer needs help, they provide it without asking questions. When Homer is suffering, they sit with him in silence. Male friendship in Springfield operates through presence rather than discussion, action rather than emotion. One episode shows Homer trying to have a feelings talk with the guys at the bar. He wants to discuss his marriage problems and get advice. The men become immediately uncomfortable. They change the subject, make jokes, and find excuses to leave. They can't handle direct emotional vulnerability from their friend. But later that night, they show up at Homer's house with beer and just sit on the couch with him without saying anything. Here's what's interesting about this dynamic. It looks emotionally stunted from the outside, but it actually works for these men. They get emotional support without having to verbalize emotions they don't have words for. They provide care without crossing boundaries that make them uncomfortable. The system functions even though it wouldn't work for women or more emotionally articulate men. The problem comes when real crisis hits. When something genuinely terrible happens, these men have no framework for processing it together. They can sit in companionable silence through minor problems, but catastrophic issues require actual emotional discussion. Their friendship style has a ceiling, and when life exceeds that ceiling, they're helpless. Homer's relationship with his father demonstrates this same pattern. Grandpa and Homer rarely say, "I love you." They don't hug much. Their conversations are awkward and surface level. But when Homer thought he was dying, he visited his father and they had a real conversation. It was still awkward and uncomfortable, but they said things that needed saying. Then they went right back to their usual emotional distance. The lesson here isn't that male friendship is better or worse than female friendship. It's that men in Springfield have created a functioning system for connection that works within their emotional limitations. They show up. They provide practical help. They maintain presence. These things matter, even if they're not accompanied by deep emotional discussion. What makes this complicated is recognizing both the value and the cost. Homer's friendships with men provide real support and community, but they also keep him emotionally isolated in ways that damage him. He has people to drink with, but nobody to really talk to. He has companionship, but not intimacy. This works until it doesn't. The controversial truth is that masculine friendship patterns developed for good reasons. Many men genuinely don't have the vocabulary or comfort with emotions to have direct discussions about feelings. The activity-based, emotionally distant friendship style lets them connect in ways that feel safe. Demanding they adopt different friendship styles might just leave them with no friends at all. Time for a lesson about mental health that society refuses to acknowledge. Depression isn't always fixable. Mo Scheizlak's constant suicidal ideation across the series reveals how some people live with persistent mental illness that doesn't respond to treatment, and why society's insistence that everyone can get better is actually harmful to people who can't. Mo Scheizlak is one of the most consistently depressed characters in Springfield. He's attempted suicide multiple times. He casually mentions hanging himself or shooting himself the way other people mention going to the gym. Every episode featuring Mo includes at least one reference to how much he wants to die. This isn't played for laughs in later seasons. It's just the reality of who Mo is. Here's what makes Mo's depression interesting. It's not situational. Mo isn't depressed because his life is terrible, though his life is terrible. He's depressed because his brain chemistry is broken. When good things happen to him temporarily, the depression doesn't lift. When his circumstances improve, he's still suicidal. The depression isn't a response to external factors, it's an inherent part of his neurological functioning. Multiple episodes show Mo trying to get better. He goes to therapy, he tries medication, he reads self-help books, he attempts lifestyle changes. Nothing works. The depression persists regardless of intervention. Society's message is that depression is treatable, that everyone can get better with the right combination of therapy and medication. Mo is evidence this isn't always true. What makes this uncomfortable is that Mo functions in society despite persistent suicidal ideation. He runs a business, he maintains friendships, he participates in community activities. His depression doesn't prevent him from living, it just makes living painful constantly. He's figured out how to exist while wanting to die, which is horrifying, but also a form of resilience. The show doesn't offer solutions for Mo because there aren't solutions. Some people's mental illness is chronic and treatment resistant. They'll feel terrible forever and just have to find ways to keep going anyway. Society doesn't want to acknowledge this because it undermines the hopeful narrative that everyone can recover. But for some people, recovery isn't an option. Management is the best they get. Mo's relationships reflect his depression. People care about him, but nobody tries to fix him anymore. They've accepted that this is who Mo is. When he makes suicide jokes, they don't panic or call crisis hotlines. They just move on with the conversation. This might seem callous, but it's actually a form of acceptance. They're not giving up on Mo. They're accepting Mo as he actually is. The controversial truth here is that not everyone gets better. Some people's mental illness is chronic, severe, and treatment resistant. They will suffer their entire lives, and the best outcome is learning to function despite suffering. Society's insistence that everyone can recover creates shame and failure for people who can't. Accepting that some depression is permanent would be more honest and compassionate. Another lesson that challenges relationship mythology. Love doesn't conquer all. Homer and Marge's marriage survives not because of love, but because of stubbornness and lack of options. Multiple episodes reveal that staying together requires more than feelings, and sometimes relationships persist through inertia rather than genuine compatibility. The War of the Simpsons shows Homer and Marge at a marriage retreat after Homer embarrasses Marge at a party by getting drunk. The retreat is supposed to help couples reconnect and strengthen their relationships. But what it actually reveals is how many marriages survive not through thriving, but through mutual agreement to just keep going. Homer and Marge participate in exercises designed to improve communication. Every exercise reveals how incompatible they actually are. They want different things. They have different values. They don't really understand each other. Marge wanted a partner who shared her interests and respected her intelligence. Homer wanted someone who would take care of him and not expect much. Neither got what they wanted. But here's the thing. They've been married too long to leave. They have 3 kids. They own a house together. Their entire lives are intertwined financially and socially. Leaving would be catastrophic for everyone involved. So they stay, not because their love is strong, but because leaving would be harder than staying. This isn't the romantic narrative people want, but it's probably closer to how many marriages actually function. Other episodes show moments where their incompatibility could end everything. Marge almost has an affair. Homer forgets major events. They fight constantly about money, parenting, and priorities. Any of these could be the final straw, but they always come back together, not through dramatic declarations of love, but through basic recommitment to their agreement to stay married. What makes this uncomfortable is recognizing that staying together for the kids isn't always wrong. People act like leaving is always braver and staying is always cowardice. But sometimes staying together in an imperfect relationship provides stability and security that leaving would destroy. Marge and Homer's marriage isn't ideal, but it works well enough. Their kids have 2 parents. The family has economic stability. Nobody's being abused. It's fine. The show sometimes portrays their relationship as deeply romantic. Homer makes grand gestures. Marge forgives him. They recommit to each other. But more often, the show portrays their marriage as two people who made a choice decades ago and are sticking with it through sheer stubborn persistence. That's not romantic, but it might be more honest about how marriage actually works long term. The controversial truth is that most marriages don't survive because of passionate love. They survive because of commitment, routine, financial entanglement, and fear of change. Marge stays with Homer not because he's her soulmate, but because leaving would upend her entire life. Homer stays with Marge not because she fulfills him, but because he can't imagine being alone. This isn't failure. This is just how it works. Here's a lesson about trauma that people avoid discussing. Child abuse creates permanent damage. Multiple characters in Springfield show evidence of childhood trauma that shaped their adult dysfunction, and the show reveals how that trauma never actually heals. It just gets managed. Skinner, Moe, and others demonstrate that abused children become broken adults, and therapy doesn't fix everything. Principal Skinner's relationship with his mother reveals severe emotional abuse that destroyed his capacity for independence. Agnes Skinner controls every aspect of Seymour's life despite him being a grown man. She mocks him constantly, undermines his decisions, and treats him like an incompetent child. Seymour accepts this treatment because he's been conditioned since childhood to believe he's worthless without her approval. One episode shows Seymour trying to establish independence by dating and moving out. His mother sabotages both attempts. She can't tolerate him having his own life, because controlling him is how she maintains her own sense of purpose. Seymour briefly breaks free, but eventually returns home because he's too psychologically damaged to sustain independence. Decades of abuse created neural pathways he can't rewire. Moe's childhood trauma is even more explicit. His appearance was disfigured by bullying and abuse. His father abandoned him. He grew up without love or support. This created the suicidally depressed adult he became. Moe mentions casually that he was sexually abused as a child by a gym teacher. The show doesn't dwell on this. It's just another piece of Moe's history of trauma, explaining why he's so broken now. What makes this uncomfortable is that neither Seymour nor Moe ever actually recover from their childhood abuse. Therapy doesn't fix them. Time doesn't heal them. They carry their trauma forever, and it shapes every aspect of their adult lives. Seymour can't establish healthy relationships. Moe can't experience joy. The abuse created permanent psychological damage. Society wants to believe that therapy and time can heal all trauma, but the show demonstrates that some damage is permanent. The neural pathways formed by childhood abuse become part of who you are. You can learn to function despite them, but you can't eliminate them. Seymour will always be controlled by his mother. Moe will always be damaged by his past. That's not pessimism. That's reality for many abuse survivors. The controversial lesson here is that not all trauma survivors become success stories of recovery. Some stay broken forever. They learn to function, maintain jobs, have relationships, but the core damage remains. Society's insistence on recovery narratives creates shame for people who can't recover fully. Accepting that some trauma creates permanent damage would be more compassionate than insisting everyone can heal completely. Let's talk about a lesson about women that the show handled surprisingly well early on. Smart women get punished for their intelligence. Lisa and Marge both face constant social penalties for being competent, and the show reveals how society systematically punishes women who refuse to play dumb. Their intelligence creates isolation rather than opportunity. Lisa Simpson is the smartest person in her school, and possibly in all of Springfield. This should mean opportunities, recognition, and success. Instead, it means isolation, mockery, and constant frustration. Her intelligence makes her weird rather than impressive. Boys her age find her intimidating. Girls her age find her boring. Teachers find her challenging. Her intelligence is treated as a social liability. Multiple episodes show Lisa deliberately hiding her intelligence to fit in. She pretends not to know answers. She dumbs herself down for boys. She avoids showing off her knowledge because being smart as a girl means being unpopular. The message she receives constantly is that intelligence in girls is unattractive, unfeminine, and socially unacceptable. Marge's intelligence is even more suppressed. Flashbacks show young Marge was brilliant in high school. She excelled at science. She had potential for real academic achievement, but she gave it up because smart girls didn't get dates. She deliberately performed below her capability because boys found intelligence threatening. She sacrificed her future to be socially acceptable. Adult Marge continues this pattern. When she's smarter than Homer about something, she lets him think he's right. When she solves problems, she gives him credit. She spent decades making herself smaller to protect his ego. This isn't just about Homer. This is what society taught her smart women do. Hide their intelligence to make men comfortable. What makes this painful is watching Lisa receive the same messages Marge received. Lisa is learning that being smart as a girl means being alone. She's watching her mother suppress intelligence for social acceptance. Unless something changes, Lisa will follow the same path, sacrificing her intellect to be socially acceptable to boys who feel threatened by capable women. The show addresses this explicitly in some episodes. Lisa recognizes the pattern. She refuses to dumb herself down. But that choice comes with costs. She's lonely. She's isolated. She's constantly frustrated. The message is clear. Smart women can refuse to hide their intelligence, but society will punish them for that refusal. The controversial truth here is that society still systematically punishes intelligent women for their intelligence, especially when they refuse to hide it. Girls learn early that boys feel threatened by smart girls. Women learn that men prefer women who don't challenge them intellectually. The Simpsons showed this reality in the 1990s, and it's still true now. Time for a lesson about addiction beyond alcohol. Springfield is full of addicts who aren't recognized as addicts because their addictions are socially acceptable. Homer's food addiction, Bart's attention addiction, and Burns's greed addiction reveal how addiction isn't about the substance, it's about the compulsion, and how society only stigmatizes certain addictions while ignoring others. Homer Simpson has a serious food addiction. He consumes food compulsively, eats until he's sick, and organizes his entire life around eating. He's dangerously overweight. His health is deteriorating. He's had multiple heart attacks. But because food addiction is socially acceptable, everyone treats Homer's eating as a character quirk rather than a medical problem. Multiple episodes show Homer unable to control his eating. He steals food. He sneaks food. He lies about food. He chooses food over family responsibilities. These are all addiction behaviors, but because the addiction is food rather than heroin, nobody suggests Homer needs treatment. Society accepts compulsive overeating in ways it never accepts drug addiction. Here's what makes this interesting. Homer's food addiction is killing him just as effectively as alcoholism kills Barney. The medical consequences are similar, the loss of control is similar, the impact on his life and relationships is similar, but Barney's alcoholism is treated as a serious disease while Homer's food addiction is treated as comedy. Bart's addiction is more subtle. He's addicted to attention and validation. He'll do anything for a laugh or recognition. He sabotages himself constantly because negative attention is better than no attention. This is addiction as clearly as drug addiction. Bart can't stop engaging in self-destructive behaviors that give him temporary validation. Mr. Burns demonstrates greed addiction. He has more money than he could spend in 1,000 lifetimes. But he still needs more. He destroys lives and the environment to accumulate wealth he doesn't need. He can't stop. The compulsion to acquire more is addiction, but because it's wealth rather than drugs, society celebrates Burns as successful rather than treating him as sick. What makes this uncomfortable is recognizing that addiction is about compulsive behavior causing harm, not about specific substances. Homer's food addiction, Bart's attention addiction, and Burns's greed addiction are all real addictions causing real damage. But society only stigmatizes drug and alcohol addiction while ignoring or even celebrating other compulsions. The controversial truth is that we define addiction based on social acceptability rather than medical criteria. If the compulsion is for food, money, attention, work, exercise, or shopping, we treat it as personality rather than disease. Only when the compulsion is for socially stigmatized substances do we acknowledge it as addiction requiring treatment. This double standard helps nobody. Another lesson about class that makes people uncomfortable. Poor people stay poor because the system is designed that way. Homer's financial struggles across the series reveal how poverty is structural rather than personal, and why individual responsibility mythology keeps people from recognizing that economic mobility is mostly myth. Homer Simpson works full-time at a nuclear power plant. He's been there for decades. He should have savings, retirement accounts, and financial security. Instead, he's constantly broke. One unexpected expense destroys the family financially. They live paycheck to paycheck despite Homer working steadily. This isn't because Homer is bad with money. This is because the system is designed to keep workers poor. Multiple episodes show Homer trying to get ahead financially. He works second jobs, he invests in schemes, he tries to save money. Nothing works because the system has more ways to extract money from poor people than poor people have ways to earn it. Medical bills, car repairs, housing costs, and 1,000 other expenses keep the Simpsons one disaster away from homelessness. Here's what people don't want to acknowledge. Homer does everything society says poor people should do. He works consistently. He stays married. He doesn't do drugs. He's financially responsible within his means. Yet he never escapes poverty. This suggests the problem isn't individual behavior. The problem is that working-class jobs don't pay enough to build wealth. The show reveals this through contrast with rich characters. Burns didn't become rich through working harder than Homer. He inherited wealth and used that wealth to exploit workers. Quimby stayed rich through corruption. The Van Houtens were middle class until unemployment destroyed them. The pattern is clear. Wealth isn't about merit or effort. It's about starting position and system design. What makes this controversial is that America's entire mythology is built on the idea that anyone can become rich through hard work. Homer disproves this. He works hard and stays poor. The system needs poor workers to function, so the system is designed to keep them poor. Acknowledging this reality would require admitting that poverty is mostly structural rather than personal failure. Later seasons make this more explicit. The Simpsons face increasing financial pressure as wages stagnate and costs increase. Homer's salary covers less and less over time. This reflects real American economic history. Wages haven't kept pace with productivity or costs since the 1970s. Working-class families like The Simpsons get squeezed increasingly hard regardless of their work ethic. The controversial lesson is that poverty persists, not because poor people make bad choices, but because the economic system is designed to extract maximum value from workers while giving them minimum compensation. Homer does everything right and stays poor. This isn't personal failure. This is systems functioning exactly as designed. Let's talk about a lesson about parenting that contradicts everything society teaches. Helicopter parenting creates weak adults. Lisa's achievements despite parental neglect versus Martin's failures. Despite parental support, reveal how over-involved parents actually harm children's development and why emotional distance sometimes creates stronger people. Lisa Simpson achieves more than any child in Springfield despite receiving almost no parental support. Homer forgets her achievements. Marge is supportive but passive. Lisa succeeds entirely through self-motivation. She teaches herself saxophone. She pursues her own interests. She sets her own standards. The lack of parental involvement forces her to develop internal motivation and resilience. Contrast this with Martin Prince. His parents are heavily involved in his education. They provide every resource. They attend every event. They celebrate every achievement. By all accounts, Martin should be more successful than Lisa, but he's not. He's anxious, dependent, and can't handle failure. His parents' constant involvement prevented him from developing self-sufficiency. Here's the thing about Lisa's independence. It comes from necessity, not choice. She wishes her parents were more involved. She wants recognition and support. but not receiving it forced her to develop internal validation and self-direction. These qualities make her more resilient than children who got everything she wanted. Martin has the opposite problem. He's been given so much support that he never learned to motivate himself. He needs external validation constantly. When he fails, he collapses because he's never learned to handle disappointment. His parents tried to protect him from struggle, but struggle is what builds strength. They weakened him through excessive care. Multiple episodes show Lisa handling challenges independently, while Martin needs help with everything. Lisa solves her own problems. Martin calls his parents. Lisa accepts failure and keeps trying. Martin gets devastated by minor setbacks. The pattern is clear. Too little parenting forced Lisa to become strong. Too much parenting prevented Martin from developing strength. What makes this uncomfortable is recognizing that the modern parenting style is closer to Martin's parents than Lisa's. Parents today are more involved in their children's lives than any previous generation. They manage their kids' schedules, intervene in conflicts, ensure constant success. They think they're helping. They might be creating dependence. The controversial truth is that children need struggle to develop resilience. Protecting kids from failure prevents them from learning to handle failure. Solving their problems prevents them from learning to solve problems. Ensuring constant success prevents them from developing internal motivation. Lisa's neglect created competence. Martin's support created dependency. This doesn't mean neglect is better than support. But it suggests there's a middle ground where parents provide enough support to keep children safe while allowing enough struggle to build strength. Homer and Marge accidentally found this by being too incompetent to helicopter parent. Their neglect, while not ideal, created stronger children than many intensive parenting approaches would have. Time for a lesson about mortality that reveals uncomfortable truth. You're not special, and your life won't be remembered. Grandpa Simpson's forgotten past demonstrates how even extraordinary lives get reduced to nothing after death, and why legacy is mostly illusion. His irrelevance isn't tragic, it's just reality. Grandpa Simpson is elderly and forgotten. His children barely tolerate him. His grandchildren find him boring. He lives in a nursing home where nobody pays attention to anything he says. By all appearances, Grandpa is a failed old man who wasted his life. But flashbacks reveal he actually lived an extraordinary life. Grandpa fought in World War II. He met famous people. He had adventures and romances. He witnessed history. His life was objectively more interesting and important than most people's. But none of that matters now. He's just an old man telling rambling stories that nobody listens to. All his experiences and achievements are forgotten. Here's what's brutal about Grandpa's situation. He did everything society says you should do to be remembered. He served his country, he worked hard, he raised a family, he experienced important historical moments. But he's still forgotten, because being remembered requires either fame or family members who care enough to keep your story alive. Grandpa has neither. Homer barely knows his father's history. He's not interested in Grandpa's stories. When Grandpa tries to share his past, Homer tunes him out. This isn't Homer being uniquely cruel. This is normal. Most people don't care about their elderly relatives' stories, because those stories aren't about them. Grandpa's entire extraordinary life is erased by his son's indifference. The nursing home is full of elderly people with similar stories. They all lived full lives. They all had loves and losses. They all witnessed history. Now they sit in identical rooms, watching TV, waiting to die. Their lives are reduced to medical charts and medication schedules. Everything that made them individuals is gone. What makes this uncomfortable is recognizing this will happen to everyone. You can live the most extraordinary life possible, and within one generation of your death, you'll be mostly forgotten. Within 2 generations, completely forgotten. Unless you're historically significant, your life will leave no trace. Your experiences, relationships, and achievements will vanish like they never existed. The show doesn't present this as tragic. It's just reality. Grandpa had a good life while he lived it. The experiences mattered to him when they happened. That they don't matter to anyone else now doesn't retroactively destroy their value. Life is about living, not about being remembered. The controversial truth is that legacy is mostly illusion. Very few people are remembered beyond their grandchildren. Obsessing about leaving a mark or being remembered is wasted energy because almost nobody gets remembered. Grandpa's life mattered while he lived it, and that's all life ever needs to do. Another lesson about education that challenges meritocracy. Intelligence is inherited more than earned. Lisa's natural intelligence versus Bart's natural struggle reveals how academic success is largely determined by genetics and environment rather than effort, and why the school system punishes children for factors beyond their control. Lisa Simpson is naturally intelligent. She didn't earn her intelligence through hard work. She was born with cognitive advantages. Reading comes easily. Abstract thinking is natural. Memory is strong. She works hard, but her achievements are built on a foundation of genetic gifts she did nothing to deserve. Bart Simpson has genuine learning difficulties. He's probably ADHD. He struggles with reading. His memory is poor. Sitting still is physically painful for him. He tries sometimes and fails because his brain doesn't work the way schools require. His academic failure isn't about effort, it's about having a brain incompatible with traditional education. Society tells us that academic success is about hard work and personal responsibility. But Lisa and Bart prove this is mostly false. Lisa succeeds with minimal effort because her brain is suited for academic work. Bart fails despite trying because his brain isn't suited for school. Neither chose their brain structure. The show reveals this through their struggles. Lisa gets frustrated when she has to work hard for something because she's used to things coming easily. When she faces genuine challenge, she nearly breaks. Her identity is built on being smart, which really means being lucky enough to have a brain suited for school. Bart gets punished constantly for having the wrong kind of brain. Teachers call him lazy when he's actually struggling. His parents get frustrated with his failures without understanding he's trying as hard as he can. The system treats his brain structure as moral failure rather than biological reality. He's being punished for genetics. What makes this uncomfortable is recognizing that most academic success is determined by factors outside individual control. Genetics determine baseline intelligence. Family environment determines early development. Economic class determines access to resources. By the time children enter school, their trajectories are largely set. The hard work mythology masks this reality. The controversial truth is that school systems are designed to sort children by inherited advantage rather than cultivate potential. Lisa's gifts get rewarded. Bart's deficits get punished. The system calls this meritocracy, but it's actually just measuring which students happen to be born with brains suited for academic work and families providing support. If you're still watching our video, be sure to subscribe to our channel. Let's talk about a lesson about therapy that challenges mental health narratives. Therapy only works if your problems are fixable. Multiple characters try therapy and fail because their problems are structural or biological rather than psychological, revealing how therapy culture oversells what therapy can actually do. Not all problems have therapeutic solutions. Marge Simpson goes to therapy multiple times throughout the series. She discusses her marriage problems, her unfulfilled potential, her trapped feelings. The therapist listens and provides validation, but nothing changes because Marge's problems aren't psychological. They're structural. She's trapped in a marriage to a man who can't meet her needs, in a town with no opportunities, with no options for escape. Therapy can't fix this. Here's what therapy can do: help you process emotions, change thought patterns, develop coping mechanisms. Here's what therapy can't do: change your actual circumstances, give you money, make other people treat you better, cure biological mental illness. Many of Springfield's characters have problems in the second category, meaning therapy is fundamentally limited in what it can accomplish. Homer tries anger management therapy after strangling Bart repeatedly. The therapist teaches techniques for managing anger. But Homer's anger comes from living in constant stress with no escape. He's underpaid, overworked, dealing with a boss who hates him, in a job he's not qualified for. The anger is a reasonable response to unreasonable circumstances. Managing it better doesn't address why he's angry. Lisa goes to therapy for depression. The therapist explores her feelings. But Lisa's depression comes from being too smart for her environment, recognizing problems she can't fix, and knowing her life will never provide the intellectual stimulation she needs. Therapy can't make Lisa dumber or Springfield smarter. Her depression is a rational response to her situation. What makes this complicated is that therapy culture presents therapy as universally helpful. The message is that everyone should go to therapy. Therapy solves problems. If therapy isn't working, you need a different therapist. But sometimes therapy isn't working because your problems aren't therapeutic problems. Therapy can't change poverty, systemic injustice, biological illness, or other people's behavior. The controversial truth is that therapy is oversold as a solution. It works well for certain types of problems: processing past trauma, developing new thought patterns, learning communication skills. It works poorly for other problems: poverty, genetic mental illness, structural oppression, circumstantial unhappiness. Many people blame themselves when therapy doesn't help, not recognizing their problems might not be fixable through therapy. This doesn't mean therapy is useless. It means therapy has limitations that therapy culture doesn't acknowledge. Marge's problems need economic opportunities and relationship changes, not better coping mechanisms. Homer's anger needs job security and fair wages, not anger management techniques. Lisa's depression needs intellectual peers and meaningful challenges, not emotional processing. Therapy can't provide any of these things. Another lesson about success that reveals uncomfortable patterns: luck matters more than merit. Every successful character in Springfield achieved success through accidents, connections, or inheritance rather than hard work, demonstrating how meritocracy is mythology and most success is random chance. Homer's occasional successes always come from luck, proving hard work is mostly irrelevant. Homer becomes successful multiple times across the series. He becomes astronaut not through aerospace training, but because NASA needed average people. He becomes voice actor not through talent, but because he happened to be in the right place. He becomes inventor not through engineering knowledge, but through random accidents. Every success is luck rather than merit. Mr. Burns inherited wealth. Quimby inherited political connections. Krusty got lucky with his television show. Artie Ziff had rich parents who paid for his education. Fat Tony inherited organized crime operations. Every wealthy person in Springfield achieved wealth through circumstances beyond their control rather than personal merit. Here's what makes this uncomfortable. Society's entire justification for inequality is meritocracy. We accept that some people are rich and others poor because we believe rich people earn their wealth through superior effort and intelligence. Springfield reveals this is mythology. Rich people got lucky, poor people didn't. Merit is largely irrelevant. The show demonstrates this through Homer's failures. He works hard at schemes that fail, then succeeds at things he barely tries at. His effort doesn't predict his outcomes. Sometimes he tries hard and fails completely. Sometimes he succeeds accidentally. The correlation between effort and success is basically random, which is uncomfortable because it suggests life is more lottery than meritocracy. Even Lisa's success is partly luck. She was born with high intelligence she didn't earn. She happened to be born to parents who value education despite their incompetence. She lives in a state with public school funding. Many factors contributing to her achievement were beyond her control. She works hard, but her hard work is only effective because of lucky circumstances. What makes this controversial is that acknowledging luck's role in success undermines the entire justification for wealth inequality. If success is mostly random chance, then wealthy people don't deserve their wealth more than poor people deserve poverty. This makes redistribution seem more justified and inequality seem less fair. Society needs to believe in meritocracy to accept inequality. The truth Springfield reveals is that hard work matters less than being born to the right parents, happening to be in the right place at the right time, having the right genetic gifts, knowing the right people, and getting lucky with opportunities. Homer occasionally succeeds through random chance. He consistently fails through hard work. This suggests the American dream is mostly marketing. Time for our final additional lesson that ties everything together. Happiness is a choice disconnected from circumstances. Homer remains happy despite objectively terrible life, while Lisa remains miserable despite comparative advantages, proving that contentment is psychological state rather than situational reality, and why circumstances matter less than attitude towards circumstances. Homer Simpson's life is objectively difficult. He works a dangerous job he's unqualified for. He's constantly broke. His boss hates him. He's overweight and unhealthy. His intelligence limits his options. His father resents him. He's surrounded by people who mock him. By any objective measure, Homer should be miserable. But he's happy most of the time. Lisa Simpson's life is objectively better than Homer's. She's intelligent and talented. She has parents who love her. She's healthy. She has opportunities. She lives in relative safety and comfort. By any objective measure, Lisa should be happier than Homer, but she's consistently miserable while Homer is consistently content. What explains this difference? It's not circumstances. Lisa has better circumstances. It's not understanding. Homer's ignorance of his problems doesn't create his happiness because we've seen that awareness doesn't change it. The difference is something more fundamental. Homer chooses to be happy and Lisa chooses to be miserable. Here's where it gets complicated. Choosing happiness sounds like victim-blaming positivity garbage. People can't just decide to be happy regardless of circumstances. Depression is real. Trauma is real. Structural oppression is real. But there's still something to Homer's approach that creates resilience Lisa lacks. Homer doesn't expect life to be fair or good. He expects life to be difficult and takes whatever small pleasures he can find. Donuts are good. Beer is good. His family is there. That's enough. Lisa expects life to match her ideals and is constantly disappointed when it doesn't. Her expectations create suffering. This doesn't mean Lisa is wrong and Homer is right. Lisa's dissatisfaction drives her to try improving things. Her refusal to accept mediocrity creates possibility for change. Homer's contentment with circumstances makes him complicit in systems that harm him. Both approaches have value and cost. But there's something profound in Homer's ability to find happiness despite circumstances. He can't control his boss, his income, his intelligence, or his opportunities. He can control whether he enjoys his donut. This limited control over limited things creates more happiness than Lisa's awareness of large problems she can't fix. The final lesson The Simpsons teaches is that happiness is largely about expectations and attention. Homer expects little and appreciates small pleasures. Lisa expects much and notices everything wrong. Neither can change their circumstances significantly. But Homer's approach creates contentment, while Lisa's approach creates suffering. This isn't saying ignorance is better than awareness or that people should accept injustice. It's recognizing that sometimes focusing on what's wrong prevents you from experiencing what's right. Homer's life is terrible, but he still finds moments worth experiencing. Lisa's life is better, but her focus on problems prevents her from enjoying advantages. The truth is that circumstances matter less than relationship with circumstances. Two people in identical situations can have completely different experiences based on expectations, focus, and interpretation. Homer and Lisa prove this daily. Same town, same family, vastly different happiness levels. The external reality is less important than the internal response. That's what 30-plus years of The Simpsons ultimately teaches. Life is unfair, broken, and often terrible. You can spend your time fighting this reality like Lisa, or accepting it like Homer. Neither approach is wrong, but only one creates happiness. Homer won't change the world, but he'll enjoy his time in it. That might be the best any of us can hope for. Here's a lesson about masculinity that reveals generational trauma. Fathers teach sons to be broken men. Homer learned dysfunction from Grandpa, who learned it from his father, creating cycles of emotional unavailability that repeat across generations. The show demonstrates how masculine damage gets inherited like genetic disease, and why breaking these cycles requires acknowledging the harm fathers do. Homer Simpson is a terrible father in many of the same ways Grandpa was terrible to him. He's emotionally distant, forgets important events, and prioritizes his own needs over his children's. This isn't coincidence. Homer is replicating the only model of fatherhood he ever saw. Grandpa taught him that fathers ignore, mock, and occasionally abandon their children. Homer absorbed this lesson and passes it to Bart. Multiple flashbacks show young Homer desperately seeking Grandpa's approval and getting rejection instead. Grandpa forgot Homer's birthday. Grandpa mocked Homer's interests. Grandpa made Homer feel worthless and stupid. Every emotional wound Homer carries was inflicted by his father. Now, Homer unconsciously inflicts similar wounds on Bart. The most revealing moment comes when Homer strangles Bart during arguments. This is played for comedy, but it's actually horrifying. Homer's response to frustration with his son is physical violence. Where did he learn this? From Grandpa, who hit Homer when angry. The violence isn't Homer's invention, it's inherited trauma expressing itself through his hands on his son's throat. Here's what makes this complicated. Homer doesn't want to be like Grandpa. He consciously tries to be a better father. But trauma responses are automatic, not chosen. When Bart frustrates him, Homer's programming takes over. The strangling happens before Homer thinks about it. He's being controlled by patterns his father installed decades ago. Grandpa wasn't trying to damage Homer either. He was replicating his own father's emotional unavailability. The show occasionally references Grandpa's father as even worse than Grandpa. The dysfunction goes back generations, each father teaching his son that men don't express emotions, don't show weakness, and maintain authority through dominance. Bart is learning the same patterns now. He watches Homer strangle him and is learning that's what fathers do when angry. He watches Homer ignore Lisa and is learning that's how men treat women. He watches Homer drink away stress and is learning that's how men handle emotions. Unless something interrupts this cycle, Bart will replicate these patterns with his own children someday. What makes this tragic is that none of these men are consciously choosing to harm their sons. They love their children genuinely. But love doesn't erase programming. Grandpa loves Homer. Homer loves Bart. That love coexists with damage being passed down through generations. Breaking these cycles requires not just loving your children, but actively unlearning toxic patterns your parents installed. The show occasionally glimpses this possibility. Homer sometimes catches himself replicating Grandpa's worst behaviors and stops. He's aware enough to recognize the pattern, even if he can't fully escape it. This awareness might be enough to reduce the damage he passes to Bart, even if he can't eliminate it completely. The controversial truth here is that most fathers damage their sons unintentionally by teaching them the same broken masculinity their fathers taught them. The cycle persists because men don't recognize they're damaged, so they think they're teaching sons to be men when they're actually teaching sons to be broken. Homer is a terrible father partly because Grandpa was a terrible father. Bart will likely become a terrible father for the same reason. Another lesson about female ambition that society erases. Smart women get pressured to waste their intelligence on supporting mediocre men. Marge's entire life is sacrificing her potential to enable Homer's survival, revealing how traditional marriage expects women to use their competence subsidizing male incompetence. Her intelligence is weaponized against her. Marge Simpson is significantly more intelligent than Homer. She manages family finances, organizes the household, raises 3 children, and keeps Homer from destroying everything through his stupidity. She does all this while Homer contributes almost nothing to household management. Marge's intelligence is the only reason their family functions. Here's the thing about Marge's intelligence. It's not helping her achieve anything. It's being consumed entirely by Homer's needs. Every ounce of her competence goes toward compensating for his incompetence. She could have been a scientist, an artist, a professional. Instead, she's a full-time Homer damage control specialist. Multiple episodes show young Marge with real potential. She was good at science. She could have pursued higher education. She had opportunities. Then she met Homer and all her potential got redirected toward managing his disasters. She became his mother, manager, accountant, therapist instead of becoming herself. This is presented as romance and sacrifice, but it's actually exploitation. Homer gets to be incompetent because Marge's competence covers for him. He never has to grow up because she handles everything he can't. His freedom to be a child man requires her constant adult supervision. She enables his dysfunction by compensating for it. The show occasionally reveals Marge's resentment. She's angry that she wasted her life managing Homer's messes. She's aware she sacrificed her potential for him. But she can't leave because decades of her life are invested in this relationship. She's trapped by sunk costs and social expectations that tell women supporting their husbands is noble rather than tragic. What makes this particularly painful is recognizing how common this pattern is. Smart women marry incompetent men and spend decades using their intelligence to compensate for male inadequacy. They manage money their husbands waste. They organize lives their husbands would destroy. They sacrifice careers to enable their husbands' mediocre careers. This gets called partnership, but it's actually free labor. Society tells women that supporting their husbands is loving and generous, but it's only necessary because the men refuse to be competent adults. If Homer could manage basic life skills, Marge could use her intelligence for her own purposes. But he can't or won't, so her entire life becomes about preventing his incompetence from destroying everything. The controversial truth is that traditional marriage often requires women to sacrifice their potential, enabling men to avoid developing competence. Marge could have been extraordinary. Instead, she's spending her intelligence making Homer's mediocrity sustainable. This isn't partnership. It's one competent person subsidizing one incompetent person, while society calls it love. Let's talk about a lesson about friendship that reveals uncomfortable truth. Your friends don't actually like you that much. Homer's relationships show how most adult friendships are based on proximity and convenience, rather than genuine connection, and why this shallow approach to friendship is actually more sustainable than seeking deep bonds. Homer spends every evening with Barney, Carl, and Lenny at Moe's bar. They've known each other for decades. They see each other daily. But if you ask them personal questions about each other, they'd know almost nothing. They're not actually close. They're just people who drink in the same place at the same time. Here's what's interesting about these friendships. They work precisely because they're shallow. Nobody expects emotional intimacy. Nobody demands vulnerability. They show up, drink beer, watch TV, and go home. The lack of depth means the lack of conflict. There's nothing to fight about because they never discuss anything that matters. When Homer faces real problems, these friends don't help much. They don't know how to support him emotionally because they've never practiced emotional support. Their friendship is based on shared activity rather than shared feelings. This sounds sad, but it's actually how most adult male friendships function. The show contrasts this with female friendships occasionally. When Marge has friends over, they discuss feelings, relationships, and personal struggles. These friendships are deeper, but also more complicated. They require emotional labor, communication skills, and vulnerability. Homer's shallow friendships require nothing except showing up. What makes this sustainable is the low expectations. Homer's friends won't betray him because betrayal requires enough investment to make betrayal worthwhile. They won't abandon him because they were never that committed to begin with. They won't disappoint him because he expects nothing from them except basic presence. Most people think deep friendship is better than shallow friendship, but deep friendship is exhausting and fragile. It requires constant maintenance, emotional honesty, and reciprocal vulnerability. Shallow friendship requires almost nothing and survives through benign neglect. Homer's friendships last decades because they demand so little. The controversial truth is that most adult friendships are more like Homer's than anyone wants to admit. People you see regularly because of proximity become friends through repetition, rather than connection. You don't actually know them well. They don't know you. But you show up for each other in basic ways, because that's the social contract. This isn't beautiful, but it's functional. Time for a lesson about achievement that destroys motivation. Excellence is punished more than rewarded. Lisa's constant disappointment reveals how being better than others creates resentment, rather than admiration, and why high achievers often end up isolated and bitter. Mediocrity gets rewarded while excellence threatens people. Lisa Simpson achieves constantly. She wins spelling bees, science fairs, and essay contests. She should be celebrated and supported. Instead, she faces resentment from peers, teachers, and even family. Her achievements make other people feel inadequate, so they punish her for succeeding. Excellence creates enemies. Her classmates mock her for being smart. Teachers find her challenging rather than impressive because she asks questions that expose their limitations. Her siblings resent the attention she gets. Her parents feel inadequate when they can't understand her interests. Every achievement distances her from everyone around her. Here's the brutal reality. Society claims to value excellence, but actually punishes it. People who excel make others feel inadequate. That discomfort creates resentment. Lisa's intelligence is threatening to people around her, so they respond by marginalizing and mocking her. She's being punished for being better than them. The show demonstrates this through repeated patterns. Lisa wins something, briefly feels good, then faces backlash from everyone who didn't win. The backlash is more painful than the achievement was rewarding. Eventually, Lisa might learn that achieving brings more pain than satisfaction. High achievers often learn to hide their abilities to avoid social punishment. What makes this particularly painful is recognizing Lisa will face this her entire life. In school, smart kids are bullied. At work, high performers are resented. In relationships, accomplished people are intimidating. Society pretends to celebrate excellence while actually organizing social systems that punish people who stand out. The controversial truth is that mediocrity is socially optimal. Being slightly above average gets rewards. Being significantly above average gets punishment. Lisa is too excellent to be socially comfortable. If she was moderately smart, she'd be rewarded. Being brilliant makes her a threat, so society organizes against her. Another lesson about mental illness that challenges treatment narratives. Some people need to suffer to create. Mo's depression fuels his occasional moments of genuine insight, revealing how mental illness and creativity are sometimes linked, and why curing depression might eliminate gifts that come with it. The suffering has purpose. Mo Sislak is constantly depressed and suicidal, but occasionally, his pain creates genuine artistic insight. His depression lets him see truths that happy people miss. His suffering gives him perspective that contentment obscures. When he creates art, it's good because it comes from genuine darkness. One episode shows Mo writing poetry. It's dark, honest, and actually impressive. The poetry only works because it's written by someone who genuinely wants to die. Happy people can't access the emotional depth Mo's depression provides. His mental illness is actually enabling creativity that wouldn't exist without it. Here's where this gets uncomfortable. Society's goal is to cure mental illness. Therapy and medication aim to make depressed people happy. But what if Mo's depression is connected to whatever makes him capable of artistic insight? What if curing his depression also eliminates his ability to create meaningful art? This isn't saying depression is good or that suffering is necessary for art. But there's sometimes a connection between psychological pain and creative capacity. Many great artists were mentally ill. Their illness didn't make them talented, but it might have given them access to perspectives that mental health obscures. Mo's depression is destroying him, but it's also enabling insights he wouldn't have while happy. What makes this controversial is suggesting that we shouldn't cure all mental illness if curing it eliminates valuable capacities. But for people like Mo, the depression might be inseparable from his ability to see clearly and express honestly. Treating the depression might create a happier but less insightful Mo. That's a trade-off without obvious right answers. The truth is that mental illness and creativity are sometimes linked in ways we don't understand. Mo suffers constantly, but occasionally produces something genuine and valuable. Would a happy Mo create anything? Would his contentment eliminate the perspective that makes his art work? These questions don't have comfortable answers. Let's talk about a lesson about American culture that reveals systemic rot. Entertainment has replaced community. Springfield's obsession with television shows how media consumption destroyed genuine social connection and why people prefer parasocial relationships with fictional characters over real relationships with actual humans. TV replaced life. Springfield residents organize their lives around television. They watch TV constantly. They discuss TV shows instead of their own lives. Their relationships with TV characters feel more real than relationships with neighbors. Television has become substitute for genuine community, and nobody notices the replacement. Homer's relationship with TV is particularly revealing. He knows TV characters better than he knows his own children. He's more emotionally invested in TV storylines than his own life. When something important happens in his actual life, he ignores it to watch TV. Media consumption has replaced living. This isn't just Homer. The entire town stops functioning when TV is interrupted. When cable goes out, people don't know what to do with themselves. They've forgotten how to entertain themselves or connect with each other without television mediating everything. TV destroyed their capacity for unmediated experience. What makes this relevant is recognizing this happened to real America too. The Simpsons premiered in 1989 when Americans watched TV heavily. Now we watch even more through streaming, social media, and constant connectivity. Media consumption has become primary activity, while living has become secondary. We experience life through screens rather than directly. The show reveals this through characters' parasocial relationships. They feel personally connected to TV personalities who don't know they exist. They follow TV dramas more closely than their own lives. They discuss fictional characters more than real people. Television created fake relationships that replaced real community. The controversial truth is that media consumption destroyed community, and nobody wants to acknowledge it because we're all complicit. We'd rather watch TV than talk to neighbors. We'd rather scroll social media than attend community events. We've chosen parasocial relationships over real ones, and entertainment corporations are happy to provide what we're buying. Time for a lesson about power that reveals how systems function. Institutions protect themselves by sacrificing individuals. Every time Springfield faces crisis, institutions save themselves by destroying whoever exposed the problem, demonstrating how power maintains itself through strategic purges. Truth tellers get eliminated. When Homer exposes problems at the nuclear plant, Mr. Burns doesn't fix the problems. He eliminates Homer temporarily to make the problem disappear. The institution's survival matters more than safety or truth. This pattern repeats constantly. Expose corruption, get punished for exposing it, while corruption continues. Lisa discovers environmental damage, reports it, and faces retaliation while the damage continues. Bart exposes Principal Skinner's incompetence and gets punished while Skinner keeps his job. Marge identifies consumer fraud and gets ignored while the fraud continues. Every truth teller faces worse consequences than the problems they exposed. Here's how institutional self-preservation works. When problems get exposed, the institution has two options. Fix the problem, which requires admitting fault and implementing changes, or eliminate whoever exposed the problem, which maintains institutional power while performing accountability. Institutions always choose the second option. Springfield demonstrates this constantly. Police are revealed as corrupt, so they punish whoever revealed it while remaining corrupt. Schools are shown failing students, so they eliminate critics while continuing to fail. Government is caught taking bribes, so they destroy whistleblowers while continuing bribery. The institution survives by sacrificing individuals. What makes this relevant is recognizing how all-powerful institutions function this way. Corporations punish whistleblowers. Governments eliminate critics. Churches silence abuse victims. Universities destroy accusers. The pattern is universal. Institutions protect themselves by sacrificing truth tellers because acknowledging truth would threaten institutional power. The controversial truth is that institutions aren't designed to serve their stated purposes. They're designed to perpetuate themselves. Schools aren't designed to educate. They're designed to survive as schools. Police aren't designed to serve communities. They're designed to maintain police power. Every institution prioritizes its own survival over its stated mission and will sacrifice anyone threatening that survival. Another lesson about gender that challenges feminist narratives. Women enforce patriarchy more than men do. Marge, Patty, Selma, and other women in Springfield constantly police gender norms and punish women who violate them, revealing how patriarchy survives through female participation. Women are their own worst enemies. Marge Simpson enforces traditional femininity constantly. She criticizes women who don't prioritize appearance. She judges women who choose careers over children. She mocks women who refuse traditional marriage. Marge isn't a victim of patriarchy being forced to enforce it. She actively chooses to police other women's behavior because she's internalized patriarchal values. Patty and Selma criticize Marge for marrying Homer, but not because marriage is oppressive, because Homer specifically is inadequate. They want Marge to have married better, not to have avoided marriage. They believe in traditional gender roles. They just think Marge should have secured higher status husband. Their criticism reinforces patriarchy rather than challenging it. The women of Springfield judge each other constantly. Appearance, relationships, motherhood, homemaking, every aspect of femininity gets policed by other women. Men barely participate in this enforcement. Women do it to themselves and each other. Patriarchy survives because women maintain it. Here's what's uncomfortable about this. Feminism focuses on male oppression of women, but Springfield reveals how women oppress each other at least as much. Marge judges other mothers. Helen Lovejoy gossips about women who violate norms. Agnes Skinner controls her son through internalized patriarchal expectations. The gender prison is maintained by its inmates. What makes this controversial is suggesting women are complicit in their own oppression, but Springfield demonstrates it clearly. When women violate gender norms, the punishment comes primarily from other women. Men are mostly indifferent. Women police each other because they've internalized patriarchal values and enforce them on their peers. The truth is that systems of oppression survive because oppressed groups enforce oppression on each other. Women police femininity. Poor people judge other poor people. Minorities enforce respectability, politics on their communities. The oppressors barely need to do anything because the oppressed do the work for them. Marge is enforcing patriarchy more effectively than Homer ever could. Let's talk about a lesson about democracy that destroys faith in systems. Voting is theater that changes nothing. Springfield's elections show how democracy is performance while actual power remains untouched, revealing why political participation is mostly pointless. The system isn't broken. It's working exactly as designed to prevent change. Springfield holds elections regularly. Citizens vote, winners are announced, new leaders take office, and nothing changes. The same corruption continues. The same policies persist. The same powerful people maintain control. Elections create the illusion of choice while ensuring nothing fundamental changes. Mayor Quimby is openly corrupt. Everyone knows he takes bribes, embezzles funds, and serves wealthy interests. He gets reelected constantly. Why? Because his opponents would be equally corrupt. The system doesn't produce good leaders. It produces leaders who serve power, and voters get to choose which face represents interests that aren't theirs. When reformers occasionally win elections in Springfield, they either get corrupted immediately or get blocked from implementing change. The system has antibodies against reform. Real change threatens powerful interests, so those interests ensure change never happens, regardless of who wins elections. Democracy is a release valve, not a mechanism for change. Here's what Springfield reveals about democracy. Voting lets people feel like they're participating in governance. That feeling prevents revolution. If people believe they can change systems through voting, they won't pursue actual change through other means. Elections are designed to channel dissent into harmless activity. The show demonstrates this through repeated cycles. Problems get identified. Reformers campaign on fixing them. Reformers get elected. Nothing changes. The problems persist or worsen. Then new reformers campaign on the same promises. Citizens keep voting, keep hoping, and keep getting disappointed. The cycle maintains itself because people believe this time will be different. What makes this controversial is suggesting democratic participation is pointless. But Springfield proves it repeatedly. Vote or don't vote, the same interests maintain power. Campaign for change, nothing fundamental changes. Expose corruption, corruption continues while you're punished. The system perpetuates itself by absorbing dissent. The brutal truth is that real power doesn't subject itself to electoral accountability. Mr. Burns isn't elected. He controls Springfield through wealth, not votes. Voting determines which politician serves Burns's interests, not whether those interests get served. Democracy is choosing your master, not governing yourself. Here's a final lesson about hope that ties everything together. Hope is a trap that prevents action. Lisa's constant optimism that systems can be fixed keeps her working within systems designed to prevent fixing, revealing how hope serves power by pacifying resistance. Cynicism would actually be more productive than hope. Lisa Simpson believes systems can change. She writes letters, she protests, she exposes corruption, she trusts that revealing truth leads to justice. She maintains hope that America's institutions can be reformed from within. This hope is why she accomplishes nothing. Her belief in the system is exactly what the system needs to survive. Here's how hope serves power. People who believe change is possible through proper channels work within those channels. They write letters instead of organizing strikes. They protest instead of sabotaging. They vote instead of revolting. Their hope makes them manageable. They're dissenting in ways that don't threaten power. If Lisa gave up hope, she might pursue actual change. She might recognize that systems designed to prevent change won't be reformed from within. She might pursue tactics that actually threaten power rather than tactics power tolerates. But her hope keeps her channeling energy into approved forms of dissent that accomplish nothing. Springfield's institutions encourage hope precisely because hope is safe. They welcome letters, petitions, and peaceful protests. These activities make people feel like they're creating change while ensuring nothing actually changes. The system absorbs dissent by providing harmless outlets for it. Hope is the trap. Multiple episodes show Lisa hoping, working, trying, and failing. The system never changes. Her hope never gets rewarded. Yet she maintains hope anyway because giving up would be too painful. This is exactly what power wants. People so invested in the system that they can't imagine abandoning it, even when it repeatedly demonstrates it won't serve them. The controversial truth is that hope prevents change more than enables it. People who hope that systems will improve work to improve systems rather than replace them. People who hope their voices matter keep speaking to power that isn't listening. People who hope democracy works keep voting instead of organizing actual resistance. Hope is pacification. What makes this brutal is recognizing Lisa would accomplish more if she gave up on reform and pursued revolution. But she can't. Her intelligence lets her see problems clearly, but her hope prevents her from pursuing solutions that might work. She's trapped by her faith in systems that don't deserve that faith, and power loves her for it. Another lesson that reveals uncomfortable truth about aging. Society discards people when they're no longer productive. Grandpa's nursing home existence demonstrates how America treats elderly people as waste to be warehoused, and why the promise of dignified retirement is mythology for most people. Old age is punishment, not reward. The Springfield Retirement Castle is where society puts people it's finished using. The residents sit in identical rooms watching identical TVs waiting to die. They have no purpose, no dignity, no meaningful engagement with life. They're being stored until death, and everyone pretends this is acceptable because they're old. Grandpa Simpson worked his entire life. He fought in wars, he raised a family, he contributed to society for decades. His reward is a nursing home where staff ignore him, family visits rarely, and every day is exactly the same empty routine. This is what America offers elderly people who aren't wealthy: institutional abandonment. Here's what makes this brutal. Grandpa isn't senile or incapable. He's still mentally present. He could contribute, engage, participate in life. But society has decided he's too old to be useful. so he gets warehoused with other useless people. His personhood ends when his productivity ends. The nursing home staff treat residents as problems to be managed rather than people to be respected. They ignore complaints, dismiss concerns, and provide minimum care required by law. The residents are revenue sources, not humans. They're kept alive, but not helped to live. This is elderly care in America, profitable storage of inconvenient people. Homer visits rarely and briefly. He's uncomfortable around aging because it reminds him of his own future. Bart and Lisa find Grandpa boring. Marge tries to be dutiful but doesn't genuinely want to spend time there. The entire family treats visiting Grandpa as obligation rather than relationship. They've accepted society's verdict that old people don't matter. What makes this relevant is recognizing this is most people's future. Unless you're wealthy enough to afford private care, you'll end up warehoused. Your children will visit occasionally out of guilt. You'll spend your final years surrounded by strangers in institutional settings, waiting to die. This is the reward for a lifetime of work. The show doesn't offer solutions because there aren't solutions under current systems. Caring for elderly people properly requires resources society won't allocate. Families can't provide care because everyone works. Elder care workers are underpaid, so care quality suffers. The system is designed to warehouse elderly people as cheaply as possible. The controversial truth is that America's promise of dignified retirement is fiction for most people. Social Security provides poverty-level income. Medicare doesn't cover long-term care. Nursing homes are expensive and terrible. Most people will spend their final years in conditions Grandpa experiences: abandoned, bored, waiting for death, treated as burden by everyone including family. Let's talk about a lesson about consumerism that reveals systematic exploitation. Shopping addiction is deliberately manufactured. Marge's compulsive spending demonstrates how capitalism creates psychological dependence on consumption and why retail therapy is actually a symptom of systemic problem rather than personal weakness. The addiction is the point. Marge Simpson occasionally goes on shopping binges. She buys things she doesn't need with money the family doesn't have. This isn't character flaw. It's response to living under constant stress in a system that offers consumption as solution to every problem. Feel bad? Buy something. Feel good? Buy something. Celebrate and cope identically. Purchase products. One episode shows Marge becoming addicted to Shopping Channel. She's home alone all day managing household stress with no support. The Shopping Channel offers companionship, entertainment, and the promise that products will solve her problems. She starts buying compulsively, hiding purchases, lying about spending. This is textbook addiction behavior. Here's the thing about Marge's shopping addiction. It's not random psychological quirk. It's cultivated response to capitalism's marketing. From childhood, Americans are taught that buying products creates happiness. Every advertisement promises that consumption solves problems. The Shopping Channel exists specifically to create and exploit this addiction. The show reveals how shopping addiction works. Marge feels empty and stressed. Buying something provides temporary dopamine hit that feels like happiness. The feeling fades quickly, creating craving for next purchase. She's trapped in a cycle where consumption creates need for more consumption. This is identical to drug addiction, except society encourages it. What makes this insidious is that capitalism needs shopping addiction to function. Economic growth requires increasing consumption. If people only bought what they needed, the economy would collapse. So marketing deliberately creates feelings of inadequacy that consumption temporarily soothes. Marge's addiction serves economic interests. When Homer discovers Marge's shopping problem, he's angry about money rather than concerned about her well-being. He doesn't ask why she feels compelled to buy things. He just demands she stop spending. This is how society treats shopping addiction, as moral failing rather than psychological disorder, deliberately cultivated by profit-seeking corporations. Marge eventually stops shopping compulsively, but only by replacing one addiction with another. She doesn't address the underlying emptiness driving compulsive behavior. She just redirects compulsion toward acceptable outlet. This is typical. Society treats addiction symptoms without addressing causes. The controversial truth is that shopping addiction isn't personal failing. It's deliberate result of systems designed to create psychological dependence on consumption. Capitalism requires people to feel inadequate and seek completion through purchasing. Marge's shopping addiction is feature, not bug. The system is working exactly as designed. Time for a lesson about body image that challenges health narratives. Fat shaming doesn't motivate weight loss. Homer's obesity and constant mockery demonstrate how shame creates worse health outcomes rather than inspiring change, revealing how health concern is usually disguised cruelty. The cruelty is the point, not health. Homer Simpson is obese. Everyone comments on it constantly. He's mocked, shamed, and lectured about his weight. According to conventional wisdom, this social pressure should motivate him to lose weight. But it doesn't. It makes everything worse. The shame doesn't inspire change. It reinforces behaviors causing the problem. Here's how shame actually works. When Homer feels bad about his weight, he eats for comfort. When people mock him, he retreats to food. When doctors lecture him, he avoids medical care. The shame creates stress that drives the behavior everyone claims they want to stop. Fat shaming makes people fatter. The show occasionally has episodes where Homer loses weight temporarily. He's never motivated by shame. He's motivated by wanting to achieve specific goal or by external circumstances forcing change. When he loses weight for Marge or for job, it works temporarily. When he tries losing weight because people shame him, it fails completely. What makes this interesting is that people shaming Homer claim they're concerned about his health, but their behavior reveals that's lie. If they cared about his health, they'd support him. Instead, they mock and belittle him. The cruelty is the point. They enjoy having someone to feel superior to. Health concern is socially acceptable excuse for bullying. Dr. Hibbert lectures Homer about weight, but doesn't offer practical support. Marge nags about diet, but doesn't address why Homer overeats. His co-workers mock his appearance, but don't help with underlying issues. Everyone performs concern while doing nothing helpful. Their concern is actually just judgment. The controversial truth is that fat shaming is about establishing social hierarchy, not promoting health. People shame fat people to feel superior. The shame serves shamers' psychological needs, not fat people's health needs. If health was actually the goal, people would offer support instead of mockery. But support doesn't provide the same satisfaction as cruelty. What makes this relevant is recognizing how health concern rhetoric disguises acceptable cruelty. People can be brutal to fat people and claim moral high ground because they're helping. But helping looks like support, resources, and compassion. Shaming fat people isn't help. It's socially sanctioned bullying dressed up as concern. Another lesson about fame that destroys illusions. Celebrity is prison, not achievement. Krusty's miserable existence despite fame and wealth reveals how celebrity destroys personhood and why famous people are often desperately unhappy. The success everyone envies is actually curse. Krusty the Clown is famous, wealthy, and successful. He has TV show, merchandise empire, and recognition everywhere he goes. Children worship him. Adults respect his success. By societal standards, Krusty achieved everything. But he's miserable, addicted, and hates his life. Fame destroyed him. Here's what fame actually means for Krusty. He can't go anywhere without being mobbed. He can't have private life. His mistakes become public scandals. His relationships are exploited. His image is controlled by corporate interests. He's not a person anymore. He's a product that happens to be inhabited by person whose needs don't matter. Multiple episodes show Krusty trying to escape fame and failing. He retires, but gets pulled back. He tries serious art, but audiences demand the clown. He wants meaningful relationships, but people only see the celebrity. Fame is cage he can't escape, because his identity has been consumed by his public persona. What makes this tragic is that Krusty achieved what millions of people want. He's rich and famous, he influences culture, he's remembered and celebrated, but the achievement feels empty because becoming famous required destroying whoever he actually was. The person doesn't get to enjoy success. Only the persona experiences fame. The show reveals this through Krusty's substance abuse and depression. He drinks heavily, uses drugs, and gambles compulsively. These aren't separate from his fame. They're responses to fame. The pressure, the lack of privacy, the impossibility of genuine relationships. Fame creates conditions that drive addiction. His success is killing him. Children see Krusty and want to be famous. They don't understand fame means death of personhood. They see wealth and recognition. They don't see loss of privacy, relationships, and self. They don't see how fame creates prison where you're simultaneously isolated and constantly observed. They just see the glamorous surface. The controversial truth is that fame destroys most people who achieve it. Constant public scrutiny creates paranoia. Inability to have private life destroys relationships. Being treated as product rather than person eliminates dignity. Most famous people would trade their fame for anonymity if they could, but fame is nearly impossible to undo once achieved. Let's talk about a lesson about science that reveals societal dysfunction. Facts don't matter when they're inconvenient. Lisa's constant attempts to convince Springfield of scientific realities reveal how society rejects truth that threatens comfort, demonstrating why evidence-based argument is often pointless. People prefer comforting lies to uncomfortable truths. Lisa Simpson understands science. She reads research, analyzes evidence, and reaches logical conclusions. She repeatedly tries to convince Springfield of scientific facts. Environmental damage is real, evolution is true, climate change is happening. She has evidence, logic, and truth on her side. Nobody listens because truth is inconvenient. When Lisa presents evidence of environmental damage, people ignore her because addressing the problem would require changing behavior. When she explains evolution, people reject it because it contradicts comfortable religious beliefs. When she warns about climate change, people dismiss her because acting on that knowledge would be expensive and difficult. Here's the pattern. Lisa presents facts with evidence. People reject facts because accepting them would create obligations. If environmental damage is real, they'd have to stop polluting. If evolution is true, they'd have to reconsider religious teachings. If climate change is happening, they'd have to change lifestyles. Easier to reject facts than change behavior. The show demonstrates how motivated reasoning works. People start with conclusions they want to be true, then reject any evidence contradicting those conclusions. They don't evaluate evidence objectively. They evaluate whether evidence supports what they already believe. Lisa's facts threaten their beliefs, so the facts must be wrong. What makes this frustrating is that Lisa keeps trying. She believes presenting better evidence with clearer logic will eventually convince people. But people aren't rejecting her evidence because it's insufficient. They're rejecting it because accepting it would be uncomfortable. No amount of evidence overcomes motivated rejection. Springfield occasionally faces crises where ignoring scientific facts creates disasters. The problems Lisa warned about manifest. People suffer consequences of rejecting truth. But they still don't accept the underlying science. They treat disasters as random bad luck rather than predictable results of ignoring reality. They learn nothing. The controversial truth is that evidence-based argument is mostly useless for changing minds. People don't reject facts because they haven't seen enough evidence. They reject facts because those facts threaten their worldview, require uncomfortable changes, or challenge their identity. Lisa could present infinite evidence, and people would still reject it. What makes this relevant is recognizing how this pattern explains modern politics. Climate scientists present evidence and get ignored. Medical experts present data and get dismissed. Economists present analysis and get rejected. Not because evidence is insufficient, but because evidence is inconvenient. Society has chosen comforting lies over uncomfortable truths. Time for a lesson about environmentalism that destroys hope. Individual action is meaningless against systemic destruction. Lisa's recycling and conservation efforts demonstrate how personal responsibility rhetoric distracts from corporate damage, revealing why environmentalism focused on individual behavior is designed to fail. The distraction is deliberate. Lisa Simpson recycles. She conserves water, she reduces consumption, She tries to live sustainably. She does everything society tells individuals to do to protect environment. Her efforts accomplish nothing because individual action is meaningless compared to corporate pollution, but society keeps pushing individual responsibility. One episode shows Lisa discovering that Springfield's recycling program is fake. Everything residents carefully sort gets dumped together and buried. The recycling was theater making people feel good about environmentalism while accomplishing nothing. This is metaphor for most environmental action, performance that maintains comfort while changing nothing. Here's why individual environmentalism is scam. Corporations produce vast majority of pollution and environmental damage. One factory pollutes more than entire neighborhoods of careful individuals. One oil company damages environment more than million people recycling. But society focuses attention on individual behavior rather than corporate accountability. This focus is deliberate. If people believe their recycling matters, they feel like they're addressing environmental problems. That feeling prevents them from demanding actual solutions like regulating corporations. Individual responsibility rhetoric is distraction technique, keeping people from pursuing meaningful change. Lisa discovers Mr. Burns's plant dumps toxic waste directly into river, destroying ecosystem. Her family's careful recycling is meaningless compared to this corporate pollution. But when she tries to stop Burns, everyone tells her individuals can't fight corporations. She should just focus on what she can control, her own behavior. This is the trap. Society tells individuals their choices matter, but also tells them they can't challenge corporate behavior. So people recycle carefully while corporations destroy planet. The recycling makes people feel virtuous while accomplishing nothing. The whole system is designed to maintain corporate freedom while making individuals feel responsible. The controversial truth is that environmentalism focused on individual behavior is corporate propaganda. It shifts responsibility from polluters to consumers. It makes people feel guilty about drinking from straws while corporations dump poison into oceans. It's distraction technique preventing actual accountability. What makes this relevant is recognizing how every environmental campaign tells individuals to change behavior while never demanding corporations stop polluting. Use less plastic, drive less, consume less. Never force corporations to stop producing single-use plastic, regulate industrial emissions, or hold polluters accountable. Individual responsibility rhetoric serves corporate interests. Another lesson about policing that reveals systematic violence. Cops exist to protect property, not people. Chief Wiggum's incompetence demonstrates how police are designed to serve power rather than communities, and why reform is impossible when the system functions exactly as intended. The violence isn't corruption, it's the job. Chief Wiggum is Springfield's police chief. He's incompetent, lazy, and corrupt. He doesn't solve crimes. He doesn't protect citizens. He doesn't serve justice. He exists to protect wealth and property while maintaining appearance of public safety. This isn't Wiggum failing at his job. This is Wiggum doing his job correctly. When poor people report crimes, Wiggum ignores them. When rich people report property damage, Wiggum responds immediately. When protesters challenge power, Wiggum attacks them. When Burns commits crimes, Wiggum protects him. The pattern reveals police serve property and power, not people and justice. Multiple episodes show Wiggum more concerned with revenue generation than public safety. He sets speed traps to collect fines. He arrests people for minor violations that generate money. He ignores serious crimes that don't produce revenue. Police departments are revenue operations with badges, not public safety organizations. What makes this relevant is recognizing Wiggum isn't unusual bad cop. He's typical cop functioning within system designed to protect property. Police exist to maintain order that serves wealth. They protect stores during protests. They evict tenants for landlords. They arrest homeless people for existing. This isn't corruption. This is their purpose. The show occasionally has episodes where police violence is depicted humorously. Wiggum beats people. Police shoot unnecessarily. Citizens get abused casually. It's comedy and cartoon, but it's reality in America. Police violence isn't aberration. It's standard operating procedure. The violence serves power by intimidating resistance. When Springfield tries police reform, nothing changes. New training programs teach nothing. Oversight gets captured by police. Reform movements get crushed or absorbed. The system is designed to resist change because current function serves power perfectly. Police aren't broken. They're working exactly as designed. The controversial truth is that police can't be reformed because violence is their purpose, not corruption of purpose. They exist to maintain order that serves property owners against everyone else. Reform assumes police should serve communities when actually they serve wealth. You can't reform system toward purpose. It was never designed to serve. Let's talk about a lesson about morality that challenges religious assumptions. Good people don't need religion to be good. Homer and Ned represent secular versus religious morality, and Homer's occasional genuine kindness without religious motivation reveals that morality exists independent of faith. Religion doesn't create goodness. It claims credit for goodness that exists anyway. Homer Simpson has no real religious faith. He goes to church occasionally under pressure, but doesn't believe deeply. He's not motivated by religious morality or fear of divine punishment. When Homer does good things, he does them because he wants to, not because God commands it. His morality is entirely secular. Ned Flanders is deeply religious. Every moral choice he makes is filtered through Christian doctrine. He's good because God commands goodness. He fears sin because hell is real. His morality is entirely religious. Society treats Ned's morality as superior because it's religiously motivated. But here's what the show reveals. Homer and Ned are equally capable of kindness and equally capable of selfishness. Religion doesn't make Ned morally superior. It just gives him framework for understanding morality he'd probably have anyway. Meanwhile, Homer's secular morality produces same outcomes without requiring supernatural beliefs. Multiple episodes show Homer doing genuinely good things without religious motivation. He saves Ned's life not because God commands it, but because it's right. He helps strangers not for heavenly reward, but because he can. He loves his family not because Bible requires it, but because he wants to. His goodness exists independently of religion. Ned's religious morality occasionally creates problems. His faith makes him judgmental. His belief in sin makes him rigid. His need for divine approval makes him unable to think independently about ethics. Religion doesn't make him better. It constrains his morality within doctrine that doesn't always align with actual good. The controversial truth is that religion doesn't create morality. Humans have innate moral intuitions that exist regardless of faith. Religious people attribute their morality to religion, but secular people have the same moral intuitions. Religion provides vocabulary for discussing morality humans would have anyway. It's not the source, it's just one interpretation. What makes this relevant is challenging assumption that religion is necessary for morality. Society treats religious morality as superior to secular ethics. But Homer proves you can be a decent person without believing in God. Morality doesn't require supernatural authority. It emerges from empathy, reciprocity, and social cooperation that exist regardless of religious belief. Time for a lesson about sibling relationships that reveals uncomfortable dynamics. Siblings compete for scarce parental attention. Bart and Lisa's constant rivalry demonstrates how parental neglect creates sibling warfare, and why sibling relationships are often defined by competition rather than connection. They're fighting over crumbs. Bart and Lisa Simpson fight constantly. They mock each other, sabotage each other, and compete for parental attention. Surface level, this looks like normal sibling rivalry. Deeper examination reveals they're competing for resources that are scarce because their parents provide inadequate attention to both. Homer and Marge have limited emotional energy. Homer is checked out most of the time. Marge is overwhelmed managing everything. Neither parent provides sufficient attention to either child. Bart and Lisa recognize this scarcity and compete for whatever attention is available. Their rivalry is survival strategy. When Lisa achieves something, Bart undermines it because her success consumes parental attention he needs. When Bart gets attention for misbehavior, Lisa escalates her achievements to reclaim focus. They're locked in zero-sum competition because parents treat attention as limited resource rather than infinite capacity. Here's what makes this sad. Bart and Lisa could be allies. They're both neglected. They both need more parenting. They could support each other against common problem of inadequate care. Instead, they've internalized scarcity and turned on each other. The system creates competition between people who should be cooperating. The show occasionally gives episodes where Bart and Lisa cooperate and discover they actually like each other. But cooperation is always temporary. They return to rivalry because the underlying problem persists. Their parents still provide inadequate attention. The scarcity remains. So competition resumes. What makes this relevant is recognizing how many sibling relationships are defined by competition for scarce parental resources. Parents don't provide enough attention, so children fight over whatever's available. Society calls this sibling rivalry like it's natural. Actually, it's response to inadequate parenting creating competition where cooperation should exist. The controversial truth is that sibling rivalry isn't inevitable. It's created by parents who treat attention as scarce. When parents provide adequate attention to all children, siblings become allies rather than competitors. Bart and Lisa fight because Homer and Marge don't parent them adequately. The rivalry is symptom of the real problem: parental neglect. Another lesson about suburban life that reveals systematic trap. Conformity is enforced through social punishment. Springfield's cookie-cutter houses and identical lives demonstrate how suburbs destroy individuality through peer pressure, and why suburban freedom is actually oppressive conformity. The uniformity is violence. Springfield is suburb full of identical houses on identical streets where identical families live identical lives. Everyone works standard jobs, raises standard families, pursues standard pleasures. Deviation from norm gets punished through social exclusion. Suburbs are conformity machines disguised as communities. When characters try to be different, Springfield punishes them. Marge paints her house different color and faces neighbor backlash. Homer grows his hair and gets mocked. Lisa pursues intellectual interests and gets isolated. The message is clear: conform or suffer social consequences. Individuality is threat to suburban order. Here's what makes suburbs oppressive. They're designed to look like freedom. Private property, personal space, individual choice. But actual freedom is severely constrained. Homeowner associations enforce uniformity. Social norms, police behavior, economic requirements demand conformity. Suburbs offer illusion of freedom while destroying actual freedom. The show reveals this through Springfield's hostile response to difference. Anyone weird gets excluded. Anyone challenging norms gets attacked. Anyone violating unstated rules gets punished. The suburb maintains itself through constant social surveillance and enforcement. Everyone watches everyone, ensuring conformity. What makes this insidious is that enforcement appears voluntary. No official rules say you must conform, but social consequences for nonconformity are severe enough that everyone conforms anyway. Can't risk being excluded, so better be like everyone else. The coercion is social rather than legal, making it seem like choice. Springfield's identical houses represent identical lives inside them. Everyone has same jobs, same problems, same routines. Suburbs don't produce diversity. They produce mass uniformity while pretending to offer individualism. You can choose your house color from approved palette. That's not freedom. That's managed conformity. The controversial truth is that suburbs are social control mechanisms masquerading as freedom. They physically separate people into isolated units, destroying community while creating dependence on systems. They enforce conformity through social pressure. They consume resources unsustainably. Suburbs aren't communities. They're warehouses for conformist lifestyles that serve capitalism. Let's talk about a lesson about art that reveals class warfare. Real art doesn't succeed commercially. Various episodes show how genuine artistic expression gets rejected, while corporate manufactured entertainment succeeds, demonstrating how capitalism ensures art serves power rather than truth. The market kills art deliberately. Springfield has occasional genuine artists who create meaningful work. They always fail commercially. Their art is too honest, too challenging, too real for mass consumption. Meanwhile, Manufactured garbage like Krusty's show succeeds because it's designed for profit rather than expression. Capitalism kills art by requiring it to be profitable. When Lisa creates genuine music, nobody appreciates it. When Marge paints honestly, nobody buys it. When anyone creates art reflecting reality rather than comforting illusions, the market rejects it. Success requires making art that serves power and soothes audiences rather than challenges them. Here's how capitalism kills art. Art requires resources to create. Resources come from money. Money comes from sales. Sales require appealing to mass audiences. Mass audiences prefer comfortable entertainment to challenging art. Therefore, surviving as artists requires making comfortable entertainment rather than genuine art. The system filters out authenticity. The show reveals this through contrast between Krusty's commercial success and actual artists' poverty. Krusty produces garbage designed to sell merchandise. He's rich. Artists produce meaningful work. They're poor. The market rewards serving capitalism over serving truth. Krusty gets wealthy by manufacturing consent. Artists starve making actual art. What makes this tragic is that genuine art is necessary for human flourishing. Art helps process reality, challenge power, and imagine alternatives. But capitalism can't allow this because challenging art threatens systems that generate profit. So capitalism promotes art that reinforces existing power while marginalizing art that challenges it. Museums in Springfield display safe historical art while rejecting contemporary challenging work. Radio plays manufactured pop while ignoring genuine musical innovation. Galleries show decorative objects while refusing political art. Every cultural institution has been captured by capital and serves maintenance of power rather than human expression. The controversial truth is that capitalism is incompatible with genuine art. Art requires freedom to challenge power. Capitalism requires submission to market. These cannot coexist. Art surviving under capitalism is either independently wealthy artists who don't need sales, or artists who've compromised their work to be commercially viable. Everything genuinely challenging gets filtered out. Time for a lesson about identity that challenges authenticity narratives. You're not discovering who you really are. You're being shaped by systems. Springfield characters' authentic selves are actually products of class, education, and socialization, revealing how identity is constructed rather than discovered. The real you is social fiction. Americans believe in authentic self, the idea that inside each person is real identity waiting to be discovered. Springfield shows this is mythology. Characters aren't discovering authentic selves. They're being shaped by systems that construct acceptable identities while punishing deviation. Homer isn't authentically stupid. He's product of failed educational system, lead paint exposure, and crayon in his brain. His identity as lovable oaf isn't his true self. It's result of environmental factors and social expectations. Remove the crayon and different Homer emerges. Which one is authentic? Neither. Both are constructed by circumstances. Lisa isn't authentically intellectual. She's product of genetic gifts, parental encouragement, and educational opportunities. Different circumstances would produce different Lisa. Her identity as smart girl isn't essential truth about who she is. It's outcome of factors beyond her control being filtered through available social roles. Here's what makes this uncomfortable. If authentic self doesn't exist, then discovering yourself is illusion. You're not uncovering hidden truth. You're selecting from available options shaped by class, culture, and opportunity. Your authentic identity is just the one constructed by your circumstances that you've chosen to perform. The show demonstrates this through characters trying different identities. They're not finding their true selves. They're trying different options constructed by social possibilities. When they return to themselves, they're not returning to authenticity. They're returning to familiar performance because changing identity is exhausting. What makes this controversial is undermining therapeutic culture's focus on being yourself. You can't be yourself because yourself is constructed by systems beyond your control. You can choose which constructed identity to perform, but you're always performing something that's been pre-shaped by social forces. The truth is that identity is always constructed, never discovered. Homer is working-class white American male, and his identity possibilities are limited by those categories. Lisa is upper-middle-class white American girl, which offers different but still limited options. They're not finding authentic selves. They're navigating available identities created by their social positions. Another lesson about memory that challenges nostalgia differently. Your memories are mostly false. Springfield's constant flashbacks show characters remembering events differently than they happened, revealing how memory reconstructs past to serve present psychological needs. You're not remembering truth, you're constructing useful fiction. The Simpsons frequently does flashback episodes showing how characters met, what past was like, what happened previously. Different episodes sometimes contradict each other, showing same events differently. This isn't sloppy writing, it's demonstrating how memory works, constructing useful narratives rather than recording objective truth. Homer remembers his youth as generally happy, but flashbacks show he was miserable, unpopular, and constantly failing. His memory has reconstructed past to be more pleasant than it was. This isn't lying. This is how memory functions, editing past to maintain coherent self-narrative and protect psychological well-being. Marge remembers choosing Homer as rational decision based on his qualities. But flashbacks reveal she settled because Artie was terrible and Homer was available. Her memory has rewritten past to make her choices seem wise rather than circumstantial. She needs to believe she chose well, so memory obligingly constructs that narrative. Here's what makes this unsettling. If memory reconstructs past to serve present needs, then your memories aren't reliable. You can't trust your own recollections. Events you remember clearly probably didn't happen the way you remember. Your brain has edited them to serve psychological purposes. The show demonstrates this through characters having identical conversations, but remembering them completely differently. Each person's memory foregrounds their own perspective and edits out contradicting information. They're not lying about what they remember. They're genuinely remembering different versions of events because memory reconstructs rather than records. What makes this relevant is understanding how this affects everything. Legal testimony based on memory is unreliable because memory reconstructs. Family disputes about past are unresolvable because everyone's memory has edited events differently. Personal narratives about overcoming adversity are partly fiction because memory has rewritten struggles to seem more heroic. The controversial truth is that you don't know your own past accurately. Your memories are reconstructions serving present psychological needs. That embarrassing thing you remember clearly probably didn't happen that way. That time you behaved heroically probably involved more luck than memory admits. Your life story is mostly useful fiction your brain constructed. Let's talk about a lesson about revenge that destroys justice narratives. Getting even doesn't create satisfaction. Multiple episodes show characters pursuing revenge and discovering it doesn't provide expected catharsis, revealing how revenge fantasies promise closure they can't deliver. The satisfaction is imaginary. Sideshow Bob dedicates his life to killing Bart. He escapes prison repeatedly to pursue revenge. He's obsessed with destroying the child who exposed him. But every episode reveals that getting revenge wouldn't actually satisfy him. His need for revenge is a psychological problem that revenge can't solve. Here's how revenge actually works. You're hurt. You imagine revenge will fix the hurt. You pursue revenge. Revenge creates temporary satisfaction that fades immediately. Original hurt remains, plus new guilt about revenge. Revenge promises healing, but delivers nothing except proof that revenge doesn't work. Homer occasionally pursues revenge against people who wronged him. When he succeeds, he feels empty. The revenge didn't undo the wrong. It didn't make him feel better. It just created new problems while original problems persist. Revenge is a psychological trap, promising satisfaction it cannot provide. The show demonstrates this through characters who achieve revenge and then realize it was pointless. They thought revenge would close the wound. It just opened new wounds while leaving original wound untouched. You can't hurt people into feeling better. You can only hurt people into feeling like someone who hurts people. What makes revenge psychologically appealing is fantasy of control. Being wronged makes you powerless. Revenge fantasies restore sense of power. But actual revenge reveals you're still powerless because the wrong can't be undone. Revenge changes nothing except adding your violence to existing violence. Springfield occasionally faces justice versus revenge dilemmas. Justice requires proportional response and rehabilitation. Revenge requires maximum harm. Society pretends justice and revenge are same thing, calling revenge justice when they're completely different. Revenge serves emotional needs. Justice serves social needs. They're opposites. The controversial truth is that revenge fantasies are coping mechanism for powerlessness. But actual revenge proves the powerlessness rather than resolving it. You can hurt someone who hurt you, but that doesn't undo your hurt. It just makes you someone who hurts people, which creates new problems while solving nothing. Time for a lesson that challenges achievement culture entirely. Success requires sacrificing everything that makes success meaningful. Every successful character in Springfield achieves success by destroying relationships, health, and happiness, proving that success itself is trap. You win by losing everything that matters. Mr. Burns is richest man in Springfield. To achieve that wealth, he sacrificed every relationship, every pleasure, and every human connection. He's successful and miserable. His success required destroying everything that would make success worth having. He won capitalism and lost life. This pattern repeats throughout Springfield. Krusty achieved fame by sacrificing privacy and personhood. Quimby achieved power by sacrificing integrity. Skinner achieved stability by sacrificing independence. Every successful person sacrificed what makes life worth living to achieve success that proves meaningless without those sacrifices. Here's the trap. Success creates. Achieving success requires total focus. Total focus requires abandoning relationships, health, and personal development. By the time you achieve success, you've destroyed everything that would let you enjoy it. Success becomes hollow achievement for people who've forgotten how to experience satisfaction. The show reveals this through characters trying to achieve success while maintaining relationships and happiness. They can't. Success demands everything. Partial commitment produces partial results. Total commitment produces success and emptiness. The system is designed so achieving success means losing everything else. Homer occasionally has opportunities for success requiring he abandon family. He always faces same choice: pursue success and lose family, or keep family and remain unsuccessful. The show treats keeping family as correct choice. But Homer's choice is only possible because he's protagonist in TV show. Real people often can't choose both. What makes this tragic is that society promises success brings happiness. Work hard, sacrifice now, succeed later, then enjoy rewards. But success requires sacrifices that prevent enjoying rewards. By time you're successful, you've destroyed your capacity for satisfaction. The promised happiness never arrives because achieving success required destroying what creates happiness. The controversial truth is that success and happiness are mostly incompatible under capitalism. Success requires exploiting others, sacrificing relationships, and destroying health. These requirements eliminate happiness. You can be successful or happy, rarely both. Society promises both are achievable simultaneously. This is lie maintaining systems that benefit from your sacrifice. Before we wrap up, one more critical lesson that reveals how everything connects. The system teaches you to blame yourself for systemic failures. Every Springfield character believes their problems are personal failures when actually they're experiencing predictable outcomes of broken systems, demonstrating how individualism prevents collective action. Your failure is their success. Homer believes he's poor because he's stupid. Actually, he's poor because workers are systematically underpaid. Lisa believes she's lonely because she's weird. Actually, she's lonely because schools are designed for conformity rather than intellectual development. Every character blames themselves for systemic problems they didn't create and can't individually solve. This is how systems maintain themselves. If workers believe poverty is personal failure, they won't organize unions. If students believe isolation is personal weirdness, they won't demand better schools. If people believe their problems are individual failures, they won't pursue collective solutions. Individualism prevents revolution. The show occasionally reveals systemic nature of problems. Homer's poverty isn't his fault. Wages don't cover living costs. Lisa's isolation isn't her fault. Schools punish intelligence. Marge's frustration isn't her fault. Gender expectations are impossible. But characters always return to blaming themselves because systems have taught them problems are personal. Here's how this psychological trap works. Systemic problems are overwhelming and seem unsolvable. Personal problems seem manageable. So people reinterpret systemic problems as personal problems because that feels more controllable. Homer can't fix capitalism, but he thinks he can fix his stupidity. The reinterpretation makes problems feel solvable while ensuring they never get solved. What makes this insidious is that self-improvement industries profit from this misattribution. Can't afford housing? Buy book about budgeting? Can't find meaningful work? Take seminar about motivation? Can't maintain relationships? Get therapy. Every systemic problem gets repackaged as personal failure requiring purchased solution. The system profits from problems it created. Springfield demonstrates this through characters trying self-improvement while systemic problems persist. Homer takes classes, but low wages continue. Lisa tries fitting in, but schools remain anti-intellectual. Marge pursues hobbies, but gender expectations remain impossible. Personal development can't solve systemic problems, but believing it can prevents addressing actual causes. The controversial truth is that most of your problems aren't your fault and can't be solved individually. You're not poor because you're financially irresponsible. Wages don't cover costs. You're not lonely because you're socially inadequate. Systems destroy community. You're not depressed because you're mentally weak. Capitalism creates conditions for depression. Your problems are systemic. Self-blame serves power. Expanded final closing remarks. That's now over 9 hours of Simpsons lore, and we've barely scratched the surface. We could go for another 9 hours talking about Maggie's silent wisdom, comic book guy's lonely expertise, Professor Frink's ignored intelligence, or how every minor character represents some aspect of American dysfunction. But here's what we've really learned. The Simpsons isn't just a cartoon, it's a 30-plus year documentation of American decline. Season 1 showed working-class families barely making it, but still hopeful. Season 30 shows the same family trapped in systems that have gotten progressively worse while pretending everything's fine. We've learned that Homer's stupidity protects him from awareness that would destroy him, that Lisa's intelligence condemns her to see problems she can't fix, that Marge's competence gets weaponized into unpaid labor supporting male incompetence, that Bart's dysfunction is taught by broken men who learn dysfunction from their broken fathers. We've learned that success requires sacrificing everything that makes success meaningful, that fame destroys personhood, that wealth creates misery, that power demands moral compromises, that achievement isolates, that every prize society offers is actually curse disguised as reward. We've learned that systems maintain themselves by preventing recognition of systemic nature. Poverty is called personal failure. Loneliness is called social inadequacy. Depression is called weakness. Every systemic problem gets reframed as individual failing, preventing collective action that might actually change things. We've learned that democracy is theater, that voting changes nothing, that institutions protect themselves by sacrificing individuals, that corruption is feature, not bug, that reform is impossible because systems work exactly as designed, that hope itself is trap-preventing action that might threaten power. We've learned that communities are held together by lies everyone agrees to believe, that Springfield functions through collective delusion, that acknowledging reality would collapse social order, that truth-tellers get eliminated while lies get celebrated, that society requires fiction more than fact. We've learned that intelligence without power creates suffering, that awareness without ability to act creates helplessness, that seeing clearly means seeing clearly how powerless you are, that ignorance really is bliss, because knowledge is burden for people lacking power to use knowledge productively. We've learned that love doesn't conquer all, that family survives through stubbornness and inertia rather than affection, that friendship is mostly proximity and convenience, that relationships persist through habit rather than genuine connection, that the ties binding us are more about dependency than devotion. We've learned that hard work doesn't lead to success, that luck matters more than merit, that birth circumstances determine outcomes more than effort, that American dream is mythology maintaining inequality, that believing in meritocracy serves power by making inequality seem justified. We've learned that therapy can't fix structural problems, that medication can't cure systemic issues, that self-improvement can't solve social problems, that individualism is ideology preventing collective solutions, that you're being told to change yourself so systems don't have to change. We've learned that art dies under capitalism, that genuine expression gets filtered out, that only commercially viable entertainment survives, that challenging ideas get suppressed, that culture serves power rather than truth, that every creative impulse gets captured by market forces. We've learned that memory is fiction, that identity is constructed, that authenticity is mythology, that real you is social product rather than essential truth, that discovery is actually selection from pre-existing options, that self is something you perform, not something you are. We've learned that fame is prison, that celebrity destroys, that privacy is necessary for personhood, that public life eliminates private life, that recognition becomes burden, that success everyone envies is actually curse everyone should avoid. We've learned that revenge doesn't satisfy, that getting even doesn't create closure, that fantasies promise what reality can't deliver, that violence doesn't heal wounds, that hurting people who hurt you just makes you person who hurts people. We've learned that siblings compete for scarce resources, that rivalry is created by inadequate parenting, that brothers and sisters could be allies, but systems make them competitors, that family dynamics replicate broader social dynamics, that personal is political even in living rooms. We've learned that suburbs enforce conformity, that uniformity is violence, that freedom is managed, that individuality gets punished, that private property creates isolation, that communities are really warehouses for conformist lifestyles. We've learned that elderly people get warehoused, that retirement is fiction, that working your whole life earns you institutional abandonment, that productivity determines worth, that capitalism discards people when they're no longer useful, that aging is punishment society inflicts. We've learned that addiction is manufactured, that shopping is cultivated dependence, that compulsion serves economic interests, that substances get stigmatized while acceptable addictions get encouraged, that you're being deliberately made sick to sell you cures. We've learned that body shaming doesn't motivate change, that health concern is disguised cruelty, that fat people are punished for hierarchy purposes rather than health purposes, that shame reinforces problems rather than solving them, that cruelty is the point. We've learned that science doesn't matter when it's inconvenient, that facts get rejected when they threaten comfort, that evidence is meaningless against motivated reasoning, that truth loses to convenient lies, that society chooses pleasant delusions over uncomfortable realities. We've learned that police serve property, not people, that violence is their purpose, not corruption of purpose, that reform is impossible because they're working as designed, that institutions protect power against communities, that law and order means order serving wealth. We've learned that religion doesn't create morality, that good people don't need God to be good, that secular ethics produce same outcomes as religious morality, that faith claims credit for morality that exists independently, that humans are moral regardless of supernatural beliefs. We've learned that male friendship requires emotional distance, that men connect through activity rather than intimacy, that shallow relationships are sustainable while deep relationships are fragile, that vulnerability is threatening, that presence matters even without discussion. We've learned that trauma repeats across generations, that fathers teach sons to be broken, that damage gets inherited like genetic disease, that cycles persist until someone actively breaks them, that love doesn't erase programming, that hurt people. We've learned that smart women get punished for intelligence, that female competence subsidizes male incompetence, that marriage often means women sacrificing potential to manage men's inadequacy, that supporting mediocre men consumes exceptional women's lives, that this gets called love. We've learned that excellence gets punished, that standing out creates enemies, that high achievement brings resentment rather than admiration, that mediocrity is socially optimal, that society claims to value achievement while actually punishing it, that success isolates. We've learned that environmentalism focused on individuals is corporate propaganda, that recycling is performance, that personal responsibility rhetoric distracts from industrial pollution, that individual action is meaningless against systemic destruction, that you're being scammed into feeling responsible for corporate damage. We've learned that facts don't change minds, that evidence is irrelevant against motivated reasoning, that people reject truth because truth is uncomfortable, that presenting better evidence doesn't work when evidence isn't the problem. That belief protects itself from reality. We've learned that nothing matters ultimately, and that's strangely liberating. That cosmic meaninglessness frees you to choose what matters temporarily. That Homer's happiness comes from accepting absurdity. That Lisa's misery comes from needing ultimate meaning. That existence doesn't require justification. Most importantly, we've learned what The Simpsons has been teaching since 1989. America is Springfield. We're all Homer Simpson, stumbling through broken systems, making mistakes, hurting people we love, being hurt by people who love us, finding occasional moments of joy in overwhelming meaninglessness, and somehow keeping going anyway. The Simpsons showed us who we actually are underneath the mythology. We're not rugged individualists conquering frontiers. We're confused people in dysfunctional systems trying to survive until tomorrow. We're not the heroes of our own stories. We're extras in stories controlled by powers we don't understand and can't influence. But here's the thing that makes The Simpsons profound rather than just depressing. Homer keeps showing up. He knows he's inadequate. He knows he'll fail. He knows nothing he does matters. He shows up anyway. Not because he's heroic, but because showing up is what you do. That's not inspiring. That's just honest. Lisa keeps fighting even though she knows she'll lose. Marge keeps managing chaos even though it never becomes manageable. Bart keeps trying to figure out who he is, even though he's being shaped by forces beyond his control. The family keeps sitting on that couch together even though they don't really understand each other. That's the real lesson. Life is absurd, broken, unfair, and meaningless. You can't fix it. You can't escape it. You can't make sense of it. You can only decide how you're going to experience it while you're here. Homer chooses donuts and beer and family. Lisa chooses fighting for justice she'll never achieve. Marge chooses showing up for people who often don't deserve it. Bart chooses, well, Bart's still figuring it out. The Simpsons lasted 30+ years because it kept telling us the truth. There's no hidden meaning waiting to be discovered, no secret that makes everything make sense, no technique that fixes everything, no achievement that creates lasting satisfaction. There's just life, absurd and difficult, requiring you to keep going despite having no good reason to keep going. And somehow, that's enough. Not because it's satisfying or fair or meaningful, but because it's all there is. Homer Simpson is happy because he's accepted that all there is are donuts, beer, and family. That's not much, but it's something. And something is infinitely more than nothing. So here's the final truth. The Simpsons is the most honest show in television history. It showed us America without filters, families without romanticism, capitalism without justification, and life without meaning. It held up a mirror for 30+ years, and most people were too uncomfortable to look closely. But if you looked, really looked, you saw yourself. Not the heroic version, not the idealized version, the actual version. Homer Simpson is you. Lisa Simpson is you. They're all you. And Springfield is your town. The dysfunction isn't specific to them. It's universal to all of us. The show's ultimate message after 30 plus years: nothing is okay, everything is broken, we're all trapped, systems won't save us, change probably won't come, hope is mostly illusion, and we just have to keep going anyway, because what else are we going to do? That's not the message anyone wanted, but it's the message we needed. The Simpsons told the truth while every other show was lying. That's why it mattered. That's why it lasted. That's why it's the most important television show in American history. Now close this video. Stop consuming media about fictional families. Go experience your own absurd, broken, meaningless life. Or don't. Either way, nothing ultimately matters, and you're free to choose what matters to you right now. Thanks for spending over 8 hours learning what a yellow cartoon family has been trying to teach us since 1989. If you enjoyed these 8 hours of Simpsons lore, subscribe to our channel for more deep dives into the shows that shaped us, traumatized us, and taught us uncomfortable truths we'd rather ignore.